powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hi, I'm Fatima Tyre, Sales Executive with AdPure Advertisers and Publisher Solutions, Managers of GhanaWeb. I invite you on the 27th of November to join GhanaWeb on the GhanaWeb Road Safety Walks as we walk from Presec Bus Stop to Delish Restaurant. See you there, 6 a.m. Let's walk to save lives.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Verna Mineral Water and Delish Restaurant.
About people criticizing me, I didn't really see too much of the criticism as compared to the positive vibes. I draw more positive energy as compared to the negative one. My passion is just watching cartoons. I love to watch cartoons. If you ask me any episode of SpongeBob, I can tell you. We all have feelings like you guys. We go through things. We wake up one day and it's like, nah, I don't feel motivated to even do this. Do you understand? And then on top of it all, you come online and you see people insulting you for something so small, something so little. It's like, why am I even here? Oh, there was this time I went on Twitter and I saw that somebody was like, oh, D Black is wasting his money on Sefa because he's investing so much and we are not even seeing anything. When I saw that, I was very hurt. This love is choke, no be joke. It choke, cause this love is choke.
Come to the Milani Farms for your share.
The Milani Farms is located at Akweti Junction, which is about 1 hour 30 minutes drive from Accra.
Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, like and share. So guys, I'm currently at this beautiful plantation, pineapple plantation, and I'm here with Seydou. Say hi.
Hi.
So Seydou is here with me, and Seydou is going to take us around the farm and take us to all the process and technique used here at the pineapple farm. So hi Seydou.
Hi Stella.
We've already met, but yeah, this is your first time meeting him. Yeah. So we are currently at the first part. So let's see how it goes.
Virtually, these plants were planted in April up to August. So virtually, they are some 5-6 months old. This field is about 180 acres fully planted, and then we are expected to start harvesting it from next year June.
Next year June?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's when we are starting to. So they are in their various stages of growth. Herbicide has been applied just some 2 weeks ago, so you can see the weeds turning brownish and dying, leaving the pineapple.
What is the first stage, like the first stage in pineapple production?
The first stage, yeah, it depends. I mean, you can start either from the land preparation or the seed production, but logically you should start from the land preparation. Yeah, I mean, you need to clear the vegetation if there is vegetation on the field. You'll be with the help of your machinery, either a bulldozer, a payloader, to clear the vegetation. Then you have to do your plowing, you have to do your subsoiling, you have to do your harrowing, and then you cut your ridges, which they are very important. So we'll get to know these implements I'm mentioning. We have them at the site of land preparation. So after the land preparation, you cut your ridges, you do your cleaning. If you have to put plastic mulch to control the weeds and conserve moisture, you do. If you don't want to plant on plastic, you also do. So virtually we've adopted since 2 years now the no plastic approach. So you can see all our plants are on backgrounds, they are not
on plastic.
People doubt if they could do well, but we've studied so much, and then we think they are doing very well, even though the yield has been down by some 5 tons per hectare, but they are doing quite well, and then we are reducing plastic pollution.
We are currently at one part of the farm. Where are we now?
So this is the seed production unit.
Okay.
We call it seed, but the actual or the technical name is the sucker.
Okay.
Pineapple can be propagated by the suckers, the slips, either tissue culture or the crowns.
Okay.
But here we prefer using the suckers because the suckers have higher or faster growth rate compared to the crowns and the slips and the tissue culture.
So why have you turned it upside down?
So you have to turn it upside down because when they are harvested, there might be some pathogens at the base of the plant that you have to turn it between 24 hours to 48 hours for the solar radiation to sterilize the root zone of the plant before planting.
So you are giving us some big terms. So, well, how will a layman like me understand?
No, you see, you know the solar radiation or the sunlight is a good sterilizer.
Okay.
So when you expose these pathogens, soil-borne pathogens, they cannot stand the heat of the sun. So they are sterilized. Then you minimize the use of chemicals to control these pathogens when the plant is finally in the soil.
So how long does it stay like this before you plant them?
You know, a minimum of 24 hours, and then it can stay a maximum of 2 weeks when it is like this.
Okay, so how do you get this? Do you get it from the existing old pineapple plant?
Yes,
or...
after harvesting,
yeah.
The mother plant, you call them the mother plant, after harvesting the fruits, when you decide to go for seed production inside of the second crop or the ratoon, you have to do the slashing to stimulate the seed to come. So the seed starts coming. I can harvest one for you here. This is a seed this is the mother plant. The mother plant is here, the fruit has been harvested and it's producing seed down here.
Okay.
So you just have to then
you just pull it.
Pull it carefully that you then you put it, so that is the seed for you.
So what happens? Do you get rid of the old mother plant?
No, this mother plant has can produce you, each plant on the average can produce you about 3 to 4 seeds after the fruit has been harvested. So they don't produce it at the same time. So you harvest the first batch, second batch with the good nutrition and then good rainfall. You can harvest it for continuously for about 8 months.
8 months. Oh, okay. So how long has this one been there, like this particular mother plants? Yeah.
This fruit were harvested I think in May.
In May.
So it has been there in May. So let's say it has been there for about 5 months producing. So it can produce up to January or maybe February.
Then you get rid of them.
You can get rid of them.
Oh, okay.
Then they go under fallow for about 2 years more. Then we start plowing and preparing land for the next planting.
For the next plant. Oh. So guys, I hope you're enjoying the video so far, and we are learning a lot from Seidu. So this is how it looks like when it's very young. How many weeks is this?
This should be about 10. This is about 8 weeks old.
8 weeks.
8 weeks plant. So it's left with 12 weeks for harvesting.
12 weeks. Okay. So what happens are there instances where after 12 weeks the fruit doesn't look too big, so you decide to wait a little longer, or whether it's big or small, you harvest?
They are maturity from the time of flower induction or forcing, depending on how you call it. You count about 20 weeks in our setting here is 20 weeks.
Okay.
Plus or minus 1 week for harvesting. So immediately you do the flower induction, you have to just check the success of the induction,
of the fruit
of the induction.
Oh, okay.
Like,
when you say induction, what do you mean?
You have to synchronize the flowering. You know, pineapple, when you leave it, you don't synchronize the induction. They come one here, one there at their own time. So you just have to harvest one here, one there, and they can spend about 2 years. But you want the fruits at the same time. So you have to put some hormone, calcium carbide or ethylene gas or ethaphone to induce them at the same time, synchronize the induction to produce the flowers. So when you do the induction, you expect the flowers to come out after 6 weeks.
Oh,
so
okay.
It's like you are impregnating them. So you have to do the
pregnancy
test.
Okay.
After 14 days, you do pregnancy test. So this is how the pregnancy test goes.
Okay, let's go and see how the pregnancy test goes.
So after 14 days, when you induce them after 14 days, this is the pineapple coming.
Oh, okay.
So you cut. After 14 days, you see the sign whether it has responded to the synchronization or not.
Oh, okay.
You see. So this is the pineapple going.
Oh, okay.
That's the pineapple. So this one actually, if it's in the soil, it will grow to become a pineapple like this.
Like this.
Like this. So after 14 days, you have to do the pregnancy test to check whether it has responded.
Looks like Seidu is very much interested in the pregnancy bit. So we are finally at my favorite part where the fruit is fully grown, and right in front of me is one of the pineapple. Look at how beautiful it's looking. Is it ready? Can I pluck it?
Not that one.
Not this one. Okay, so see how I'm excited. I'm so excited. So we came late, so we didn't get the farmers harvesting. It's about 1 p.m. at the moment. So Seidu, can I follow you?
Yeah, if you want.
Okay. Very curious.
This one has been prepared. It's right. It's going by air.
It's going by air.
You can see it is pegged.
Yeah.
It has been selected to go by air.
Oh, this is very beautiful.
So this one is selected to go by air. You can see they've been pegged. And the green ones will go by sea.
The what?
The green ones.
The green ones will go by sea.
Yes, it will go. So I can harvest one for you.
Yes, yes. I want the ripe one. This
You
one.
want the ripe one?
Yes.
Okay, so I harvest this one.
Yeah, harvest this one.
Okay. They are all ripe.
Oh, right. This looks good. I'm super excited. I'm going to eat pineapple fresh from the farm. Yeah. So guys, this is official tasting of the fruit. I will be the only judge here to see if the fruit is sweet or not. This is good. I'm sure you're used to eating pineapple every time. So say, do I realize this particular fruit is yellow, but I'm used to seeing the whitish one. Why is it that?
It depends on the variety. The one you always see on the roadside is the sugar loaf. The sugar loaf by nature is whitish, and then it's a bit conical. So that's what locally they call it fanti. But this is MD2.
So this is officially MD2. MD2, that's why it's yellow, and it's very nice, very sweet. If I don't return home, just know I'm here at the farm eating pineapple. So I see that some of them look very ripe. That is like they are very yellow. Others too are green. Does it mean that the others are not ripe?
They are ripe.
They are all ripe.
One is specially treated. I told you this is for air. We treated it separately to get the yellow color for air.
Okay.
At the green leaf. The others are treated to go by sea, you know. Sea will normally take about 2 weeks to get to the destination, so you don't need it as
okay, and it's because they are perishable goods, so you don't want them to get spoils before getting to the destination. Yeah, so which countries do you export to?
France, we go Switzerland, we go Belgium, we go Netherlands, we go Lebanon, we go Morocco.
Oh, right. So if you are in this list of countries and you are enjoying pineapple, just know that some way, somehow, it's from this farm, because this is the biggest pineapple farm in Ghana. So guys, this is my first harvest, and this is what I'm taking home. Do you want some? Come to the Milani farms for your share. So yeah, so far so good. It's been amazing. I hope you're also enjoying this video as much as I enjoyed the experience here with Seidu. Let me know if you have any other questions. Let me know in the comment section. I'm sure Seidu will see the comments and he'll respond to you too. So let's go to the next thing. The good part about Milani Farms is that they created their own dam, which is the only source of water for the farm. So we are currently done with the field things to see. I hope you're enjoying this video so far. So Seidu is currently taking me to the packaging area, and we are going to see all the things that happen before it goes for export. Do you also sell to locals?
No.
You don't?
Only, yes.
Only exports?
For processing. Local companies that are doing processing for exports.
Okay.
Before the load will come, we fill this water with 15,000 liters.
Okay.
Water into the sea. And then we add 1.2 kilos of chlorine.
Of chlorine, okay.
Chlorine. As a disinfectant.
Entering, you have to wash your hands. It's not to contaminate the fruits. Right after washing, the pineapples are coated with wax, which protects them from pathogens and prevents them from dehydration.
The parking area, we pack it according to the size. The lady over there, she packs size 8.
Okay.
That's the 8. When I say 8, it means that the 8 in the box.
Okay.
8 in the box. We pack it according to the weight.
Okay.
We have the weight. The 6 start from the 1.85 to 2 kilos. That one qualified for the 6 in the box. Palletizers. We arrange it on the pallet nicely. Then the 7.
What happens here?
So this after packaging, this where you sprinkle it, you know, to prolong the shelf life of a fruit, you have to sprinkle it to a very low temperature before. So pineapple is stored at 7.58 degrees Celsius temperature for good.
So this is how the boxes look like. This is the one that goes by air, and this by sea. So guys, say thank you to Seidu for me. He took his time, took me everywhere, both the field and the production house and everything that happens here. So if you see him, please buy chocolates for him on my behalf, because he did.
The chocolate is already here.
He did an amazing job. Thank you so much. So if somebody needs advice on pineapple farming in Ghana, should they call you?
Yes, I'm always ready and willing.
Yeah, so I'll drop his contact. Call him and he's ready to give you the best of advice. But be ready to give him some coins, right? Don't less. So guys, thank you so much for watching. This brings us to the end of this video. I hope you were educated just as I was. This is my first experience here and it's been amazing. This video has been an enlightening video. It has taught me a lot. It has taught me how the fruit started. I mean, from the seedling right to production, right to exporting. And this particular farm here is mainly for exportation, both sea and by air. And so thank you guys so much for watching. I love you all. I know you're always with me. You're always sticking around. I mean, I love you. Mwah. It is going to my house. Thank you so much, Seidu. You can't come to the farm without getting pineapples. Thank you so much.
My name is Elsie Lamar, your favorite host for Talk Attainment on GhanaWeb TV. Join us on the 27th of November as we embark on the GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk, which starts from Presec, Legon at exactly 6 a.m. And then we will end at the Delish restaurants inside East Legon. Make sure you be a part of it and do not miss it. Stay safe and save lives.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Verna Mineral Water and Delish Restaurant. We've got a question for you this week. What if God does not change a condition? Well, that's a question that was asked of our guest for this week's edition of The Untold when she went to her pastor to speak about her child who has Down syndrome. And we're here to speak with Agnes Teiko Nyemite. Her story is right here behind these gates, and we are glad that you can join us this week. My name is Echi Atizu. Come along. Hello, Auntie Agi.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I hope you're well.
Yes, I'm well.
Wonderful. It's good to be in your home this morning.
Well, welcome.
Ah, Toda! How are you? Wonderful. Today I'm in your house. Today I'm in your house. Are you off to school?
Here.
You go to school this morning?
I'll go.
What? Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Auntie Agi. The third of 6 children born to her parents, Agnes Teiko Nyemite starts her story by sharing her fears about not getting an education.
I was born in Tema, but I grew up with my auntie at Koforidua, where I had all my education to the secondary school. I started school at 8 years. It's interesting. Thinking back, I thought I couldn't have education, but thanks be to God, at 8 I started school, but I went through to the secondary school through a common entrance examination. I came back to live with my parents in Tama, where I went to the Social Advance Institute to pursue a course in secretariatship because my late mom wanted me to be a secretary. Thanks to Auntie Phyllis, late Auntie Phyllis. My mom will watch her, see her dress up for work, and she appealed to my mother so much, so my mother wanted me to be like her. So she asked Auntie Phyllis what she does at PZ Cousins, and then she said she's a secretary. So my mother told me, I want you to be a secretary like Auntie Phyllis. So throughout my secondary school, I wanted to be a secretary because my mother wanted me to. So after secondary school, she made sure I pursued her dreams for me to be a secretary. So I went to the Social Advance Institute and I passed out as a secretary. I've been working as a secretary till date, thanks to my mother, who had a vision for me I didn't have myself.
Getting married at the age of 29, she remembers how she was under pressure to give birth while still single because many thought she was getting old.
I got married rather late. I was 29. I remember when I gave birth to my son, my mother was so happy, and then she expressed that people were not going to worry her again. Mini be obi o ma for, no be obi for, as we say in our local language. And my mother was so happy that finally at 29 years, I had a son. My mother said that she always tells them that my daughter is not married. Why are you expecting her to have a child? Because in the neighborhood where we live, they give birth like that. So they thought I should do same. But thanks to God, I gave birth to Kobe, my son, when I was 29.
While still married, she unfortunately had to play a single mother role after her husband went away forever without notice. Her mother's last words would also come to make sense to her after a few years.
And my husband then traveled out to the US when Kobe was 2.5 years and did not return. To date, he has not returned from the US. So I had to single-handedly take care of my son. So date, he's 28 years now. So I waited for him. He wasn't coming. I remember the last words of my mother to me. It was a Wednesday, and then she said to me, Teko, you have to get divorced from your husband because he will do you no good. I did not understand my mother then. And my mother had gone to tell my Auntie Rose, that she should make sure that she gets a divorce from my husband for me, because she thinks that this man was wasting my time. And lo and behold, my mother got sick that Wednesday evening, and then she died on a Friday. A little bit emotional, I'm sorry. And that was the last words of my mother. She wanted me to get a divorce from my husband because he was not going to do me any good. So I did.
Toda. Well, that's the name of a second child, and that name means praise. Here is how Toda's father and the circumstances under which she was born all come in.
I met Toda's father. We talked about marriage, and then we got married. He also came from the US. So we got married. And so this man would not let me have peace and wanted me to give him a child. So I prayed. I resorted to prayer. I prayed. And then I had been to the Winners Church, their Bible school. So it was every December they go to Nigeria. Shiloh, they call it Shiloh in Nigeria, the Winners Church, and David Oyadipo's church, Bishop. So after the Bible school with them, I traveled with them to Nigeria. And the purpose of that trip was to pray to God to give me a child. Because my husband was not giving me any peace. He wanted me to give him a child. So I traveled with the Winners Church to Nigeria to pray to God for a child. I remember one time when I was in Nigeria, he spoke to me on phone. And then he started it again. When are you going to give me a child? Blah, 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 blah. There was a woman standing by me, and there was tears in my eyes. And the woman said, "It's your husband, eh? What does he want?" And the woman is from Trinidad. She has also traveled from Trinidad to Nigeria for the program. I wondered how she got to know, how she knew that it was my husband who was talking to me. I said, "Don't mind him. You just focus on why you came here and pray. Don't mind him." So I took her advice, and then I focused on my prayer. I prayed. They asked us to write a prayer request in a bowl. Bishop David himself and all the bishops there pray on it for us. Every request we put in that bowl, and then I came back. A few months after I came back, he also came from the US, and then I got pregnant. I was so happy. I'm pregnant. God has answered my prayer. And when I got pregnant, he had to go back, so he went back.
A doctor delivered the news to Toda's mother that she would immediately reject because all she saw in her daughter was a beautiful girl.
It was a difficult pregnancy because my son was 18 years then. It is a long while, and so it was difficult. The doctors has also told me that there were fibroids in my womb which are fighting with space with my baby. So anytime my baby wants to turn, it's so difficult because the space for her to turn is not enough. So that wasn't turning when it was full term. So the doctors had asked me to come for a cesarean because her head was still up. So the time was due for me to go, and then I went through a cesarean session and I had her. The gynecologist who performed the operation on me came in the morning. It was at dawn when the operation was done. So in the morning when he came, he took a close look at her, and then he told me that my daughter looks like a child with Down syndrome. I asked him how, because I did not see anything. I saw a beautiful girl. What? Your hand. I saw a beautiful girl, but he told me that there is so much flesh at the back of her neck, and that is his suspicion that she has Down syndrome. So she was going to ask the pediatrician to come take a closer look at her and examine her to confirm his suspicion. So the following day, the pediatrician came, took a test on her, thorough test on her, and she confirmed that my daughter really has Down syndrome. So then, what is Down syndrome? I asked every nurse who came around that, I asked, what is Down syndrome? And then they tried to explain to me that it is the triplication of the 21st chromosome. What is triplication of 21st chromosome? So in the layman's language, it was explained to me that genes inherited from your mother and from your father, it should sum up to 46. 23 from your mother, 23 from your father. But in the case of the Down syndrome, the 21st chromosome, instead of it doubling, triples. So when it triples, it gives it brings up the Down syndrome, which also brings the physical, the cognitive features that you have with children with Down syndrome, with all that my daughter has.
Still in denial, Agnes resorted to prayer, trusting God to remedy what at that point in her life was not the kind of miracle she had expected from the very God she was praying to again.
So then, for me, I cannot have a child with Down syndrome. Not after I have gone to Shiloh, and for the 1 week you have to fast. I fasted. I prayed. And at 47, with no fertility treatment, I give birth to a beautiful girl. And you tell me that my daughter has Down syndrome. No. I will have to pray to that God who gave me the child to change her condition. So for me, it was prayer. I refused it. No, my daughter cannot have Down syndrome. So till I had this child was discharged from the hospital, I came home. You see, children with Down syndrome, when you take a very close look at them, they don't look like typical children. So anybody who comes and says something, I remember a friend of mine came to visit, and then she said that, Tagi, your daughter is not turning her eye when I turn. There should be something wrong with your daughter. I didn't say anything. I was very mad in my mind. I just gave her some insult in my mind. I didn't say anything. You cannot come and tell me that this, that. I did not listen to anybody. All I was doing is prayer.
Her faith was tested with a question. What if God does not change her?
A reverend minister in my church, Reverend Dorabote, Reverend Dr. Dorabote came visiting, and then she also noticed that my daughter looked like somebody with, she doesn't look like a typical child. So I told her that yes, the doctors have told me that she has Down syndrome, but for me, I'm praying to God to change her condition. Then she asked me, what will I do if God does not change her condition? Because this God can change her, and he can also decide not to. So what will I do if God says that, no, this is the child I'm giving you? It dawned on me that, yes, her condition can be changed and it cannot be changed too, so what do I do? It is then that I resorted to reading about Down syndrome and then finding out what to do to help myself and then also help my baby.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier.
By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
A little too late for her, Agnes came to the realization that this was truly her gift from God, and she owed that child all the love and attention necessary.
Actually, I had lived in denial for close to 2 years. And I wasn't doing what I'm supposed to do for her to grow up well. Because children with Down syndrome come out with a lot of health issues. About 80% of them come with cardio problems. They come with ear condition and then eyes. So you have to critically take them to the hospital for them to be examined to see what is the medical challenge they came out with, so that you address it early, because addressing it early is key to their growth. But I had lived in denial and had refused to do all these things for close to 2 years. It was only when I came to acceptance that this is the child that I have that I decided to go through all these tests and see what is wrong with her and what I can do to help her. Having told her has not been easy. Having a child with Down syndrome is not an easy thing. You have a typical child who, by 6 weeks, when you have to show yourself to the doctor, has grown well, is able to hold the neck, is able to stand on you and jump, but not a child with Down syndrome. The neck will still be at the back of her head after 6 weeks when you go to see the doctor. She will hold her neck after about 3 months. And then you see her body is floppy. They have a floppy body. They are so soft. And they are prone to a lot of infections. I remember after about 2 weeks when I had to go and see the doctor, my auntie who came to take care of me has noticed that Tida has a temperature. she did not tell me, because then I also had this terrible headache, which I understood is from the the side effects of the anesthesia. It was so severe that I couldn't even take her to feed her, because I cannot bend my head. The headache was so severe. So she was on formula. So my auntie, when we went to the hospital, has told me that we should take Toda to see the doctor first. I asked her why. I have come to dress my wound and see the doctor. Then she told me that she has a temperature. And then when she took her to the nurse took her temperature and said, no, we have to take her immediately to see the doctor. So she begged all the patients in the queue so that they will allow her to see the doctor. It was like a flu then, but it got worse that the doctors had to examine her and give her medication there and then at the consulting room before they took her to take care of her. What I want to say is that children with Down syndrome are prone to a lot of infections, and when they are sick and you don't give them immediate medical care, it can result to something else. A lot of attention has to go into them, but the first thing is to acceptance. If you accept that this is the child you have, then you can educate yourself on what to do for yourself and then for your daughter.
What was supposed to be a good news for Toda's father, after asking so much for it, was not to be so. His conclusion was this: if this is the child you want to give me, then take her.
My husband was in the US, so I had to inform him that I had given birth. I told him I've given birth to a baby girl who was happy. Then I brought the news that the doctor said that my daughter has Down syndrome. I thought with the enlightenment we had in the US, we will know what is Down syndrome. But he blamed me for Toda's condition. He said that they don't have such a person in their family. So it is me, where I come from, we have it. I don't want to, in my family, we don't have it, also have a child with Down syndrome. I'm the first to give birth to a child with Down syndrome in my family. But he blamed me for her condition. And he told me that if this is the child I'm giving birth to, I should take her. He doesn't want to have anything to do with her. I should take her. So Toda has been my responsibility. Once a while, when he feels he has to send money for her upkeep, he will, but not like taking care of her child. So Toda has been my responsibility.
Naturally burdened and depressed from this great test in life, Agnes became an advocate for persons living with Down syndrome.
So having her and the challenges that I went through, I realized that a lot of other mothers will be going through this same challenge. So I told myself that I will want to advocate for persons with Down syndrome. But I got to this point, not like just I want to advocate. I have gone through depression. I was depressed and I had to go through counseling. I went to counseling sessions for 3 months because I was faced with divorce again. My husband doesn't want to have anything to do with me. So I had faced with divorce again. Because my elder son also, I had to divorce from his father, getting married to Toda's father, and I realized that I was faced with divorce again. It was a very difficult decision for me to take. But I realized that there was nothing else I can do but to go through it. So I had gone through depression, had to go through counseling. Then after I've pulled through, come through it, I decided to talk and then to advocate for persons with Down syndrome, and then to tell my story for others to know that it might be difficult in the beginning, but it is not for the entire life of a child with Down syndrome.
Having faced a second divorce by this time, Agnes began to look on the bright side of things. In fact, she speaks of how this became her blessing.
I look at Toda today and I give thanks to God because She doesn't easily fall sick like she used to do by the grace of God. We have come a long journey. She had to be in diapers for 5 years. She started speaking when she was 5 years. I also learned that with physiotherapy and all the therapies that are available, speech and language therapy, occupational therapies, they develop a little bit faster than Toda did. But I did not go through those therapies. I did not take her through those therapies. So she started talking at 5 years. When she can say poo-poo and wee-wee, that is when she was put off diapers. I remember I had to comb through Accra. I started combing through Tema in Accra to get her size of diapers. She was growing out of the sizes for diapers for children. So I didn't know what to do. She was growing and I didn't have, I wasn't able to get diapers her size. But thanks to God, she started speaking. She started saying wee-wee and poo-poo. So I had to put her through off diapers. Thanks to her school where she is now, Roma Christian Academy. They also helped me a lot. When I took her to school, first day in school, she was 5 years when she started school there. When she was 5 and then she was in diapers, I told them already that she has Down syndrome. She said they were ready to admit her. And then when I took her to school and she was in diapers, they asked why. I told them, and then they said I should remove it. And then they were going to help me put her off diapers. So they did a great job for me. And I was only putting on her diapers for her when she was about to go to bed. And then she came off diapers. So it's not an easy journey with a child with Down syndrome. But it is achievable. It is attainable. With a lot of love and acceptance. A lot of love and patience, and accepting that this is the child I have. There are a lot of things you can do for them. Even though they have intellectual disability, there are a lot more that they can do. I believe that since you came here, you've seen some of the things Toda can do, and then you see the kind of intelligence that she has. I believe that if she cannot grow up to be a lawyer, she can grow up to be a very good dancer. Or she can grow up to be a very good model for a very reputable clothing line. So it is not easy, but it is achievable.
How and why does she look so young at 57 years? Agnes knows she's not superhuman, and it is the same way she understands that worry will do her no good.
The other time somebody said that I look 40, somebody said 45, and the oldest I had is somebody said I look 48 years. Actually, growing up, I prayed God that He should let me look younger than my age. That was my desire. But growing up, I learned something that worry makes you grow older than your age. If you don't worry too much, it keeps you young. So what I did was I lived by the day. Anything that worries me, I cry. If I have to cry, I weep. But I also decide to let life go on. So for me, my slogan is life goes on. I told myself that I wasn't going to allow anybody to put a full stop at my life. I have gone through a lot of challenges. I've gone through divorce twice. I had to take care of my 2 children single-handedly. My son finished the university. He recently had a job. He had been out of job. I have to take care of him through school single-handedly. I had to forfeit all the luxury. I tell myself that I will look less expensive, dress less expensive so that I can have money to pay my son's school fees. I do not want my son to be sacked out of school because of school fees. He would then be crying and be thinking of where his father is, why he has to come be sacked out of school. And he will feel humiliated. So what I do is that I save money for my son's education, for Toda's education. People say I look glamorous. They think I am expensive, but I'm not expensive. Everything I wear is not expensive. I don't like expensive things. I tell myself that you don't have to be expensive to look nice. You can be moderate and also look nice. So I don't buy expensive things. I remember when Brazilian hair came, somebody told me, Agi, me who's a wig, Brazilian hair. I said, Brazilian hair, they mean po. Obi training, they mean pe. Hey, dabi, obi be ye mean pe. Not that mean pe. I didn't have money to buy it. Into mean pe. And that is why I live my life. Live by the day.
It's been a tough journey so far. But how is she able to stay afloat all the hurdles?
Toda is a girl, but for my son, sometimes I think that he liked the father figure in his life, the masculine type, or the advice or opinions of a father in his life. That is what I think he might lack. When he was in school, I made a teacher, and I made him get close to a teacher.
Sorry.
And I had told the teacher to play like a father figure for him when he was in primary school to JSS. So even when he got to the university. But now we talk, and then sometimes when he asks for my opinion on certain issues and I give it, he doesn't say anything, but I feel that maybe he should have the opinion of thinking, the side of the thinking of a man in his life. That is what sometimes, he hasn't said it, but that is what I think. But for me, it is okay. It is okay. Once I can adequately care for them, it's okay.
Sitting and listening to her mom speak all this while, Toda insisted on sharing in the moment too. Here she is.
Mama is fine, yes, and Mama fast. Let me to if there's something, and they gave me that. Get no, I get my money. To do them. Oh. Thanks. And I get asked me that. You asked me that. Come up and ask me that. Yeah, I get asked me a question to me. And I get is my best friend. And I kiss my cheek.
Kiss my cheek.
Do you love mommy's cooking?
Yes.
What things does mommy cook for you?
Jollof.
It's your favorite food for mommy. Say mommy is your best friend.
Yes.
Why do you love mommy's jollof?
Sweet. And jollof chicken and fat and side and beans.
So you love mommy very much?
Yes.
Nice.
After this again.
You saw Toda was telling them how much she loves me, how much she loves my cooking, and my cooking jollof for her, and then what I did for her on her birthday in March. And then she loves me so much.
We took a drive to Toda's school in Tema to catch some quick words from her teacher.
when it comes to the social aspect of her life. She's very friendly, affable. She's the one who easily makes friends with people. And one thing about Toda is that when she takes you as a friend, you'll not be disappointed. Though she's not as, there's a challenge, but she's one of the smart and good students in the class. Sometimes they were questions that she responds to, you'll be surprised. And so far, when it comes to academic too, she's doing well. Both indoor and outdoor, she has been very active. There's full participation, whatever that we do in class. And she's the kind of student that despite her disability, she does not let the disability to weigh her down. She's always at the top. She has a good relationship with students, both students and teachers. She knows almost every student in the school, their name. She knows every. Sometimes she engages with a play with the other children around. She may giving them nickname and other things. Oh, it's great having a Toda in my class as my student, because Toda, working with Toda for this number of days has given me a sort of in-depth knowledge in children with a disability, because I am forced to do extra work, to go the extra mile just to satisfy Toda's needs.
Regrets? Has she any?
I do not have regrets, because I believe that everything happens in a person's life for a reason. I love my son, and even though I had struggled to take care of him, I do not want to poison my son's mind against his father, that your father wasn't responsible. Anytime his father remembers that he has a son and sends something, I'll tell him, this is how much your father has sent. But for me, I met a man once upon a time. We got married. And then he dashed me a son. A son who was my companion for 18 years. Thanks to him, he decided to travel out and abandon his son. But I have a son. So I thank him for giving me a son. I do not have regrets.
Well, what more is there to hear after listening to this inspiring story from our guest, Agnes Teku Nyamite, here on The Untold on GhanaWeb TV. We hope that you've been inspired, as is always our aim here on this program. Remember, there is news for you at www.ghanaweb.com, and we want you to connect. Be kind to one another. My name is Eche Atisu.
Criticizing me, I didn't really see too much of the criticism as compared to the positive vibes. I draw more on positive energy as compared to the negative one. My passion is just watching cartoons. I love to watch cartoons. If you ask me any episode of SpongeBob, I can tell you. We all have feelings like you guys. We go through things. We wake up one day and it's like, nah, I don't feel motivated to even do this. Do you understand? And then on top of it all, you come online and you see people insulting you for something so small, something so little. It's like, why am I even here? Oh, there was this time I went on Twitter and I saw that somebody was like, oh, D Black is wasting his money on Sefa because he's investing so much and we are not even seeing anything. When I saw that, I was very hurt. This love is joke, no be joke. It's joke, cause this love is joke.
Hello there. So on the 27th of November 2021, we would be hitting the streets of Accra for the GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk. Come join us as we interact with drivers and create more awareness about road safety in the country. Our convergence point is at the Presec Legon, and we would end at Delish Restaurant in East Legon. Don't worry, food and drinks will be sorted. Come, don't miss this worthy cause. My name is Na Oyokwote, host for Bistec on GhanaWeb TV.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Verna Mineral Water and Delish Restaurant.
In 2019, when we paid her a visit at her home in Westlands, her arms were in a sling. She could barely move them around, and she was actually getting ready for a surgery where a metal would be fixed in her arms. Today, it's fixed and she's much better. She's here to share her story with us today again because a lot more people are still suffering her fate. Our guest today on this edition of GhanaWeb's Road Safety Campaign is Priscilla Na Akle Planch. In 2019, you could barely do anything. Your mom and family were practically assisting
helping me with everything.
Yeah. How have you been since then?
Well, by God's grace, we were able to have the surgery. We were able to raise the funds for the surgery with your help. Thank you very much. And then we had the surgery in September 2019. It took some time for healing, but now I'm good by God's grace.
Okay.
98% excellent.
Okay, so say in 2019 you couldn't you had to basically be helped to wear your clothes, to move around. Now what extent are you okay now when you say you're okay?
So the effects of the incident and the injury made me incapable of using my left hand. So I couldn't use my left. I couldn't do this. I couldn't. It was broken. So it was in a sling and a POP in a sling. But now, by God's grace, because of the implant, I suffered from radial palsy after the surgery. That means I lost control of my nerves.
Okay.
But with a lot of physio, now I can do this. But it just left a little for me to do this. But I can use my hand. I cook, I wash.
So 80%, you're okay.
Yes.
That's really great to hear.
Thank you.
We just want to do a little flashback of how the whole accident happened. It was in 2013.
Yes,
right?
2013.
So take us back. Just cast your mind back. What happened on that day in the Volta region?
Yeah. So I had just finished my degree at the University of Ghana, and I just landed an exciting job. And as part of my duties, I was supposed to travel around the country. So we started with the Volta region. We're on contract to distribute some items, and I was in charge of the project. So it was very tiring because we'll travel, distribute, settle. So on one of the journeys, when we reached Peve Mountain, our driver lost control of the car, and we just drove almost entering the valley. So it was just a tree stump that blocked the car, and I was at the front seat. So the impact of the tree stump in the car is what caused the injury. My left hand got broken, my left leg also got broken. Yes, and initially we thought we were going to just fix a POP and we are done. But we went to St. Joseph's. I was taken to Chafaga, that's in the Volta in Ho, and then I was told that my injuries were too complicated. So I was transferred to St. Joseph's in Koforidua Eastern region the next day, where they did the first day. They did the first surgery on my arm and first surgery on my leg, and there were complications still after. So they did another one on my leg and a second one on my arm. So that was 4 surgeries. After that, there were still complications in my arm. The injury to my arm was in the distal part, that is the ending, getting to the elbow. And it wasn't a clean break, it was like a complicated break in many places. So they were having issues fixing it. So at St. Joseph's, I had 4 surgeries, and then I was able to manage for a while. After that, I was transferred back to Accra. I was home, but there were still complications because my arm developed a false joint, meaning that the healing hadn't gone on so well. So some tissue had formed in between the bones that were broken. So you see, I moved my hand, and instead of my elbow, there's another joint moving. So we had a third surgery at Kolebu. So in all, that was the fifth surgery. So that was the third surgery on my arm, or the fifth surgery at Kolebu, and that was that was around 2015.
Okay.
And then getting through to 2016, the latter part of the year in 2015. That was the fifth surgery at Kolebu, and I was okay from then. 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019.
And
2019 was just like
back.
It happened again. I was there and I felt a very sharp pain in my arm, and I noticed something was not okay because I couldn't move my hand at all. So my mother rushed me to Akai House where we did an X-ray, and it came out that the implants that was fixed in my arm, that was keeping my bones together, had broken. Some screws had come off and it was broken. So that's what led me to fundraise and then go do a surgery in South Africa.
That was the sixth
That was the sixth surgery on my body and the fourth surgery on my arm. Yes, I mean the whole process, for the first 4 surgeries, I was in the hospital for close to a year. So it also was practically my home. I had a lot of support from friends, family, from my church, then Redeemed Baptist Church, from my friends from school. It wasn't easy. Psychologically itself, it was not easy because
I can imagine.
Yeah, walking one day in your heels, feeling all awesome, the wind is blowing your hair, and then next year you are using crutches. I used crutches for 2 years.
Wow.
It was very, very I don't know what word to use. That was a whole different experience. A humbling experience, yes. And I learned a lot. I mean, through that, there were positive things that came out because I started an NGO to help people. And then right now, I'm not using crutches. I'm very fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, that whole experience was that it was just because of a mistake that we made.
Okay, talking about a mistake, you mentioned that the driver veered off the road.
Yes.
Was it that he was overspeeding? What exactly was it? What caused that accident?
So, let me just put it plainly. He dozed off.
Wow.
We were traveling at dawn. We left Ho at about 2 something. The accident occurred around 3 a.m. So he was very tired from the previous night, but he didn't communicate that. He was very okay that he could drive. So I'm saying it was a mistake because maybe if we had insisted that, oh, you may be tired, so let's leave later in the morning, maybe some things could have been
averted.
Yes, averted. But he dozed off. So what happened was, the Cover Mountain meanders is not a straight, so it's like you're climbing like that, like that. So when he was about to come out of the mountain to enter into the township, I think there was a car coming. So the car flashed its lights, so it woke him up. So out of the confusion, he veered off, lost control. And there were things in the car. So the car was a bit heavy. So when he lost control, there was nothing he could do about it. So then the car entered.
But you were not sleeping.
Honestly, I actually did doze off, to be honest, because I was tired myself and I had been waking up.
It was a car full of tired people.
I know, right? It was a car full of tired people. And if probably I was awake at the front seat. I think I dozed off just about 2 minutes into the whole thing happening, because when I looked at where I last saw and then where it happened, you could tell it wasn't even 100 meters. It was just like a very short distance.
So what was your initial reaction when you saw the car veering off? What was it like in your head?
So I didn't see the car veering off. All I saw was, okay, this might sound funny, but you see how in the cartoons there's like slow motion and like things are flying? It was literally like that. I woke up seeing myself in the air, seeing pieces of glasses around me, and then and then I blacked out. So I blacked out, and then I woke up to one of my colleagues screaming, "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus." And I woke up and I was like, what is going on? When I woke up, I didn't know that my hand was broken and my leg was broken. So I woke up and the driver was running up and down, making go for bow, and I was like, so I was trying to like understand
trying
what
to
was
figure out
happening.
what was happening.
Then I was like, oh, let me try and come up. You see, to me, I had raised my hand, but my hand was still dangling. So I was like, oh, my hand is broken. And the pain didn't come then because I was now realizing what had happened. Then I looked out and realized that if I was trying to come out, but then this is me and this is literally the valley.
The valley.
So if I push myself out, I'm going to roll and I can't even see the end of the valley. And then suddenly, then I still didn't know my leg was broken.
Okay.
So I actually started panicking. So the first point of call was to Jesus. I just started praying. And I think that is what helped me because after praying, then I felt a bit calm. Then I see if it wasn't enough. The battery of the car also caught fire.
Wow.
So here we are trapped. 3 a.m. in the morning. The driver is really confused. Another colleague is injured. The last colleague is just so confused as well. In a zone with no people, nobody is coming to our aid, and our car has caught fire. So I'm like, wow, am I coming to burn here? So I prayed again. The driver then gathered kukudro.
Some
courage.
He gathered some courage.
Gathered some courage. And then came, like, the battery was what was catching fire. So he removed the plugs and carried the battery out. So that stopped the fire. And then shortly after that, I mean, I had no measure of time then, but I know that shortly after that, a bus of a Kufuor bus with traders that was heading to Who
got
stopped.
to the scene. Okay.
And then people came. So in carrying me out, that was when I noticed that my leg was my left thigh was broken because they tried moving me and then it wasn't
going
at all.
So how did you eventually come out of the car?
They carried me out. They carried away about 3 or 4 men. The whole thing as it was happening, it felt like a dream. They carried me out, and then there was no ambulance. It was a police car. So you can imagine your hand is broken, your leg is broken, and any little movement is unbearable pain.
Yeah.
And they put you behind the back seat of a pickup, which is moving in an area with the worst roads that you could ever imagine. And you don't have a choice. So
was anybody else in the car hurt? Was
yes.
the driver hurt?
No.
The driver wasn't hurt?
No, not at all. No, he wasn't, not a scratch.
Okay, so how many of you in the car were
injured?
Were injured?
2 of us. The person sitting, so it looks like those on my side got injured, and those on the driver's side were very safe. So the guy behind me also had, I think the impact was so strong that after me it hit him. So his left leg also got, I think, really injured. His was an open cut. His left leg was really injured. And he was trapped in the car when it happened. So they had to bring some things to cut him out.
But have you heard from him after?
Oh, yes,
okay?
yes. He also had to go through a surgery. After the surgery, it wasn't an easy time for any of us, you know. After his surgery, it took some healing, and then he was okay. So it was just a one-time surgery. Yes.
I'm just wondering. Now you have a metal in your left arm.
In my left leg.
Left leg.
So yes. So there's one from here to here, and then there's a couple in there.
Wait, you have metals in your leg and your arm?
Yes, in my arm. Yeah.
How does that feel like? How is it like just like, does it feel like what it was before the accident, or is it any different?
Well, honestly, I don't remember how it felt like to not have implants, because
it's been a very long time.
It's been a very long time, and it's painful, you know,
to even think about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, for the psychological process, I think that by God's grace, I've been helped, so I'm better.
Okay.
I've come to a point of acceptance that this is my situation and I have to make the best out of it. My leg, it hurts when I walk for too long. Yes, the the top part, this side.
Okay.
It hurts, and I used to run. I used to go to the gym, run and all that. Now I'm very limited. When I'm exercising, I don't run. I walk fast or I just walk normally. I can't jog or run fast. And yes, I can't walk for longer periods. When the weather is really cold, it affects me. When I'm stressed, it affects me. It hurts. Same with the hand. And the hand too, I'm not allowed to lift anything heavier than a cup of tea.
Wow.
With the arm. So if I'm lifting something, my husband helps me at home. If it's something, even with washing of bowls, you see when you cook and then the under is, so those ones like this,
Anything
I
that
can't apply.
stresses your
so he has
arm.
to help me and then help me. He helps me with the hard bowls. If there's anything that has to be carried, I don't do it. I wait for him to come, and then he does it. For washing, for washing too, I have help in washing. The light things I'm able to wash, but the heavier things, we use a machine or we have help to wash. Yeah.
This is like just on the side. You're a lady. I know ladies are fashionable and all. Are you able to wear heels with your leg, the metal in your leg?
Yes, I'm able to wear heels. But those days, it used to be 6 inches, but now, girl, just 2 or 3 inches is fine. Can't go. Because what if you make a mistake and you fall down?
Slip.
You can't slip and fall. If you slip and fall and you fall on your hand, that's another complication. I'm talking about another 100,000 Ghana cedis. Where are you going to get that from? So I only wear heels when it's very necessary. And even that, I'm very careful. And immediately I'm done with whatever function, I have my lawyer, which is my slippers in my bag. I change. No stress at all.
Way to go. So, I mean, like a lot of people every day, the statistics are crazy. So many people, even from January to March, like about 700 people are already dead. Dead. Not talking about injury. And so, like every day, people go through accidents. What do you think is wrong with the system?
Wow, that's a deep question because there's a lot of things wrong. It's both on the side of leadership, as in those who are responsible for our roads, and also some come from us. From us, the carelessness, our inability to pay attention to the simple rules that will save us on the street. When I was coming like this, one motorcycle crossed us. And the taxi driver was really upset. And I remember that when I was at St. Joseph's, when you go to the male ward, about 80% of the guys there are there because of motor accidents. Their legs have been amputated. So from that angle, I think that we the citizens really need to be cautious and careful and attentive, whether you're a pedestrian, whether you are a driver in terms of motorcycle or even your own car or whichever. You have to be really careful, pay attention, don't be in a hurry, don't rush, and when you're tired, don't drive. When you're tired, just park. If it's 10 minutes, park and then just sleep. And then also I think that the road signs, there are some places that don't have road signs. For instance, our side, Adara was dozing off, but if he wasn't, he could have known that, okay, this is a sharp turn, I have to be careful. So that could have also prevented something. And then also the Department of Urban Roads, we are humbly appealing to them. Our road system is nothing to write home about. Even in Accra, which is supposed to be the capital of like the whole country, the roads here are deplorable. I mean, like even if they fix it, it's not with the right material. So over a couple of months, it rains and then everything just starts going off. We talk about it in our homes, we complain, but we don't know who hears us. Our roads need to be looked at. Maintenance has to be done. It's not about fixing the road, maintaining the road. So, I mean, in my humble opinion, I think that we are all stakeholders. We the people who are using the road, and then those who actually make the road for us to use. For this to end, both parties have to do our part. Yes, both have to do our part.
I think you said it all. I was actually going to ask you what you think the solutions are, but you said everything in one. And for you to go back to this whole conversation, I'm sure it took a lot, and we appreciate the time, and we appreciate you sharing your experience all over again with us.
Welcome.
Thank you, Priscilla.
Welcome
for coming to share your story.
Welcome, and thank you for having me.
Right.
I appreciate.
And so that has been another edition of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Priscilla Na Akle Plange has been sharing her story, and you heard all about it. She has also said in her opinion what she thinks we as citizens and stakeholders and authorities can do on their part to curb this canker of road accidents on Ghana's roads. It takes you and I to make this work. Meanwhile, you can also join the conversation and check us out on YouTube at GhanaWeb TV and all our social media platforms at the GhanaWeb, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Until then, you can also join us by sharing some videos about what is happening in your area, sports, street lights, or the absence of those, potholes, and many other things you see around us. Just send them to our WhatsApp numbers as you see on the screen. My name is Wanda Ami Hagan, and thank you for joining us.
Kofi Gbediame was received by Parliament with great trepidation, particularly so as we thought the honourable member was doing well after his life in Parliament. And indeed, from all indication, he had been very active in his religious activities. While words cannot fully express how much we feel about this shock, we shall still fall on few words we have struggled to find to share some of the memories and thoughts we have about the late honourable member. The late honourable Gbediame's association with Parliament dates back to 7th January 1997, when he won the election on a ticket of the National Democratic Congress to represent the Nkwanta sub-constituency in the Volta region. In the second Parliament of the Fourth Republic, he served 5 terms from the 7th January 1997 to 6th January 2017. The late Honourable Gbediame was one of Ghana's longest-serving parliamentarians. The late Honourable Gbediame became a fast-rising legislator whose positive influence was felt both at plenary and in a committee in Parliament. He served on the following committees: privileges, public account, lands and forestry, business, poverty reduction strategy, special budget, local government and rural development, and public accounts. He undoubtedly exhibited both and the chairman of Carol's Night Committee in Parliament. Honourable Gbediame was a consummate politician, a seasoned educationist as well as respected lawmaker. Before he entered Parliament, he had been a senior superintendent and physics tutor at the Presbyterian Boys Senior High at Lagos. And his background and experience in education were at the forefront of his intellectual discourse in and outside Parliament, always emphasizing the importance of education in nation building and improvement of livelihood. He excelled in the various undertakings of his life an MP, leaving his trail in the hearts of his constituents. He devoted his whole life to serving the people of Nkwanta South in sincerity in order to promote the dramatic positive change he had envisioned for the constituency. He always emphasized that his basic aim of becoming a member of parliament was to help his people improve their well-being, get the necessary facilities, and promote education. This aim was at the center of his activities. It was not surprising that his constituents reposed so much confidence in him and elected him in 5 consecutive elections. Honorable Bediame had the patience and tenacity of the ant. Member was dependable, hardworking, and always ready to put his hand to the plow. These attributes made him the man of the people, an excellent politician, and quintessential gentleman, and a proud son of the Volta land, now the Oti, who always guided by his moral principle. From all walks of life who came close to him. Throughout his life as legislator and representative of the people, he devoted himself to self-studies, self-improvement. Through his solid knowledgeable debate, he contributed to the sustenance of parliamentary democracy, improvement of livelihoods for ordinary Ghanaians, and sustainable development in all sectors of the Ghanaian economy. Not only was he committed to his job, working long hours and participating actively in plenary all the time, he was also committed to giving back to the community through his philanthropic work. On the floor of the House, Mr. Speaker, he always advanced spirited debates that were full of knowledge and wisdom, and his colleagues were always in high praise of him. He was invariably unassuming. His calm posture was his strong attribute, and through his enviable advocacy skills, he was able to make successful stride in bringing development to the people of Nkwanta South. He advanced the cause for the improvement of maternal and child health care, livelihood support programs, water and sanitation projects, and school infrastructure provision in deprived communities, and rural education and satellite television transmission project. As a proud educationist, Honorable Bediame also took advantage of the debates on the floor of the House to advocate the welfare of teachers. On 11th November 2005, in contributing to the statement on the incentivization of teachers, he said, "Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the welfare of teachers goes beyond this Best Teacher Award, because looking at the late honorable members' outstanding commitment to supporting government social intervention programs especially in the education sector, dominated most of his spirited contribution on the floor of the House. In contribution to the debate on the annual estimate on 9th December 2014, the late Honorable Bediame had this to say: Mr. Speaker, may I also talk about the school feeding program and only urge that the bill that the ministry wants to bring to Parliament should be expedited so that we will be able to know the main of roads in the Volta region. Honorable Bediame was noted for his consistent appeals to the Ministry of Finance and Roads and Transport in that regard. In a statement on the floor of the House on 22nd July 1998, he stated, Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a statement on the floor. I rise to make a statement on the state of roads in the Volta region, with a special emphasis on those in the northern sector of the region, and to call upon the Ministry of Finance and Roads and Transport to make immediate action to salvage the situation. Mr. Speaker, almost all the roads in the region are in a state of disrepair, while some can best be described as death traps. As a member from agrarian constituency, Honorable Bediame always made passionate appeals about the improvement of the livelihood of farmers and government support in agricultural technology. In one of such passionate appeal on the floor of Parliament, the Honorable Bediame had this to say: Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to government that the Poverty Alleviation Fund that is normally sent to districts, instead of maybe giving 500,000 cedis each to some of these people, it can be put in a pool to provide machinery for the clearing of the farm for the farmers. Still on agricultural sector, in relation to storage and food security, he re-echoed: Mr. Speaker, I wonder what plans the Ministry of Food and Agriculture has for those silos in order to ensure our food security. I think that we must have a second look at these silos and see how effectively we can use them to store food, so that during the lean season, those food items that have been stored can be released to the market to at least maintain a stable price for this product. Honorable Bediame was a man of deep conviction who always incorporated the values of fairness, integrity, kindness, and service in the discharge of his duties, and his colleagues in the House can testify about what positive influence he was. I know we all have many questions. Despite all our grief and frustration, we can be consoled by the fact that only two things in life that are certain: you live and then you die. William Shakespeare put it profoundly when he said, in the world's stage, and all the men and women merely players, they have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts. The Honorable Bediame has played his part admirably, and behoves us to also play our part with perseverance and hard work. Indeed, Ghana has lost a true son of the land. Parliament has lost a veteran, and the people of Ngwata's South has also lost hero indeed. Out of the abundance of amidst sorrow and joy, we say we are forever grateful to you for your presence and contribution to the sustenance of parliamentary democracy. Admittedly, you were a very simple but pleasant person who found joy in service to humanity. You have contributed your quota to the dutiful task of nation building, and we know that your Creator will reward you for your meritorious service to humanity. For families, friends, and loved ones, your death is a reminder to all that life finite. Honorable Gashi Kofi Bediaku Bediame, your gentle soul and the soul of all the faithful departed rest in peace and rise in glory on the resurrection day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. And also thanks to the Honorable Member, that's the Chairman of the Voter Caucus, for the glorious tribute to a colleague and somebody that I called an uncle since the day I came to this house. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Bediame, I met him in 2005 when I came to this August Parliament. And at that time, he was the deputy ranking member of the Lands and Forestry Committee of Parliament, and I too happened to be the vice chairman of the Lands and Forestry Committee of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, at that time, as a new parliamentarian, the honorable member was the one who guided me through the standing orders and all the ways and then the workings of the committee that we were happy to serve on. Mr. Speaker, he was a very soft-spoken person. He never got angry. I never saw him once being angry. And that, I would say, was a good trait that all of us must emulate. Mr. Speaker, I happened to travel with him on several occasions outside the shores of Ghana, and I had to learn something from him. Mr. Speaker, anytime we traveled outside, I remember he would tell me, Benito, I need to buy something for my children. And those times, Mr. Speaker, I had a young daughter, and he had some children. But then to follow him into shops, and he knew the size of every child of his, just at the back of his mind. And I found that a bit strange, but he did it with passion. He did it with passion, and that showed that he really cared for his children. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that today he is no more here with us. But then I would say condolence to the minority and condolence to leadership, because we have lost a very good leader. No wonder the leadership of the current minority made him a member of their leadership for almost 12 years. And that showed that he was someone with good character. I would end by saying, Bede, and that was how I used to call him, Bede, Demerfabia, 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 Dieniamanono.
Yes, Honorable Leader. No. This is a leaders' meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, when I was a member. If the constitution doesn't hear the voice, they will hear him. From the constituency, telling this house about the true honorable Gershon Bediame, we may not get the true stuff of the story.
The leadership will have their choice, so the leadership can feed their choice to him. But these are the people he worked with as a leader.
Yes.
And that's why I'm giving it to the seniors who were with him.
He will give the chance.
Here in the chamber.
I can yield because he was the deputy majority leader at that time.
But I thought when it comes to leadership, I can yield to him. So if you hear the member from the constituency, after which he will speak on behalf of leadership, I think we may be fair.
Very well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this statement. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the good people of Nkwanta South has lost an icon. They have lost a humble man. They have also lost a peacemaker. They have lost a project-driven MP, and they have lost a man who could have been in his chair to be the advisor of his people. Honorable Gesimpediame was an MP from Kwantasa for 20 solid years. And during his tenure of office, he initiated a lot of projects. He initiated a lot of schools, cheap compounds, feeder roads, and of course he organized festivals to bring peace to the good people of Okwanta. His loss is a great loss to the good people of Okwanta because they would have thought this man stays longer to carry the constituency to the promised land. As the MP of the area, I stand on behalf of the chiefs and my constituents to mourn with the bereaved family and to say their loss is our loss, and for that matter, Honorable Besingeriame will forever be remembered in the good books of Nkwanta South. And for that matter, he has become an icon that we will emulate now and forevermore. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Leadership.
Speaker. Okay.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make contribution to the statement eulogizing, recognizing, remembering this friend of ours, Honorable Bediame. The Speaker, the first close contact I had with Honorable Bediame was when I was appointed, or when I was elected deputy leader, majority leader of the House. He was my senior, and yet was my chief whip. I gave him the needed respect, and he returned the respect to me. The Speaker, this was a man committed in doing the good, and at every point in time, he believed he was serving his God and doing the right thing. He fought his way through. He fought in his politics. He was committed, reaching out to the opposition at the time, and at all times, he wanted consensus, and he was a leader in seeking this consensus. The Speaker, this was also a man who loved his family. As mentioned by Honorable Benito, he talked about his family, he loved them, and he served them. And in Parliament, he never turned back when it came also to his party. He fought for his party and demonstrated truthfulness and forthrightness. He's a man who was largely respected because he often will extend the respect to the people who respect him. I recall in my relation with him at one point in time, Honorable Mutaka, who had been reassigned and came back to Parliament to serve from being a minister, wanted to be the leader, the ranking member, the chairman of the health committee. When the matter came to him, I gave him the go-ahead to work on it. He came back to me and said, "Leader, this one, I don't know how to serve it, how to handle it, and I want you to put your hand in it." The Speaker, this was how he was. Even though I had full confidence that he could do the things he did, he still thought that at any point in time when there was controversy, he needed to do consultation. And so with his advice, we were able to handle the matter because it was a dicey matter and needed to have some consensus building on it. The Speaker, as I said, he believed very much that he was guided by God in everything that he did. He told me that at points when he thought that he was losing his election, it was the Almighty God who lifted him up. At primaries, when he went to face the most difficult challenges, he said it was because God saved him and God helped him. The Speaker, Shakespeare said, all the world is a stage, and all the men and women who come in have their entrances and they have their exits. This man had his entrance. He entered and served us through politics. He exited at the tail end of his life when he resumed his daily activity after retiring from Parliament. I believe that it was in honor. It was also in order for a speech to be made for him in recognizing who he was and serving him as a person who served his country and his people. This man, we can only say Allah, God, forgives him and put him in the right side of his kingdom, which is called Jannat al-Firdaus by Muslims. Because for me, I had never seen him doing anything bad. And if he did anything contrary to the expectations of any single individual, he was very quick to say, I'm sorry. And that is the kind of life and character we expect from each and every one of us. And I think that his life would be exemplary for all of us. A man who came to serve through Parliament without ever having a fight here and without ever having any confrontation that would have rendered his name in any bad light. And we pray for him. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we also yield to Honorable Atachi.
Yes, Honorable Abuakwa South MP.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm grateful to your good self for me to say a few things as we eulogize our dear brother, Honorable Kofi Bediako Bediame, the ex-member of Parliament for Nkwanta South constituency. Honorable Speaker, I was just philosophizing on the word Bediako. As a matter of fact, when you bear that name, as if you are cast out to fight, Bediako, the etymological meaning is that he came to fight. And as a member of Parliament, what was he fighting? He was fighting poverty. That is all we've all been called upon to come and fight. To see how, in our own small way, we will use our energies to fight poverty in our background. And on that score, I am very, very excited that he did exactly that. That in his background, he was doing everything in his power to help the people who elected him as a member of Parliament. Right, Honorable Speaker, I've heard also that he was a first-class gentleman. I never clashed with him, as sometimes you find situations in which two members of Parliament will clash on point of principle and the rest of it. And I am hearing also that he could say sorry. And then he never got angry over petty matters. I want to say that this personality was a strong personality as the elements properly mixed in him. Honorable Speaker, there is one factor which I want to stress and then I'll take my seat, which is what is being said all the time, that the day we were born, we start dying. Anybody who comes on this earth, the first day, should begin to count. That one day you move on. And that is what should inform behavior. That this earth stage is not a place of permanence. We are here for a divine assignment. And what assignment is so ennobling than serving others especially those who are less privileged. Now, when you have the endowments of God and you become so important to the point of becoming a whole member of parliament, all that you are required to do is to serve your people. And that service is invaluable, and sometimes your reward will not even be with your constituents. Your reward will be with God, who eventually you will give an account to. Honorable Speaker, one area I heard about this great man is the work he did with the Public Accounts Committee. Honorable Speaker, that is one committee that is always in the business of plugging out corruption. And those members who had the opportunity to assist in this exercise of plugging out corruption should be given a standing ovation, because it is not easy, given the volumes of work that this committee is always engaging. And I'm reliably informed that he acquitted himself creditably in that all-important area of public accounts. Honorable Speaker, on this solemn occasion, when he will be sent off finally tomorrow, my heart goes out to the extended family, especially the spouse and the surviving children. Honorable Speaker, as your custom is, I know your package in terms of funeral donation will be handsome, because it's one of our kind. I'm grateful to you for this opportunity.
Very well, honourable members, before we observe a minute silence, I wish to observe one thing which nobody talked about, that Honourable Bediame was a leader of the Christian group in Parliament. I haven't asked you to come stand up yet. I said, before I invite you for a minute silence, I'm making my observation. And my observation is that Honourable Bediame was a leader of the Christian group in Parliament. And his life in Parliament, his style and nature truly reflected that kind of leadership. And I wish that the good Lord will place him safely in his bosom. Now, shall we observe a minute silence in memory of Barbara? May the soul of Honorable Bediakon Bediame and all the souls of all the faithfully departed rest in peace. Amen. Honourable members, as we agreed yesterday, we agreed to defer the questions, right? So we'll go on with the debate. I'm advised that the debate will start from the Committee on Energy. And to start is the Honourable Member for Buakwa South, Honourable Dr. Honourable Samuel Atta Ache.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the space to contribute to motion number 9A on today's order paper, that this August House approves the budget statement and economic policy at the behest of the President of Ghana, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for the year ending the 31st December
2022. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is said. Sorry? Oh. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. No, but it's number 98. Okay, let me hear his objection then. I'll give you the floor. Very well, very well. Yeah, Honorable Deputy Leader, what's the matter?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you've mentioned motion 10. And Mr. Speaker, motion number item 10 on the other paper. And it reads that this Honorable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ended 1st December 2022, moved on Wednesday, 17th November 2021 by the Honorable Minister for Finance, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Finance moved a motion on behalf of the President. We are debating the motion to make alternative input to be sent to the President, who sent him to bring the motion to us. Mr. Speaker, where is the mover of the motion?
What is that?
Mr. Speaker, this House must not be taken for granted. If the President sent you to bring us the budget statement and economic policy, Mr. Speaker, necessarily we are going to suggest alternative solutions. The Minister for Finance must be here to take notice of all the alternative solutions that are going to be suggested and send it to the President. Mr. Speaker, like we are saying, this is the House of Record. We have a Minister for Finance, a Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance, 2 Deputy Ministers of Finance. Mr. Speaker, at least one of them must be here to take notice of these alternative inputs. Mr. Speaker, where are they?
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I am so surprised at the Deputy Minority Whip. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister, his deputies, Mr. Speaker, they join Parliament in whole for the post-budget workshop. They take Parliament serious. And Mr. Speaker, our friends have been in government before. And they know that in moments like this, the ministry would be engaged in a lot of activities. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Mr. Speaker, they may have to be quiet and listen. Mr. Speaker, I've always said that is their problem. They won't be quiet and listen. We listened to Ahmed Ibrahim. We did. If it's all about every day trying to score cheap political points, you may do so. Mr. Speaker, you may do so. We are supposed to debate the budget. It's the turn of Honorable Atacha. Let him flow. That is all it is.
Honorable members, I have been advised by the table office that senior analysts from the ministry are in the house for the purpose for which I could ask them to bring them to sit at the officer's lobby. But otherwise, would anybody point to me where in a study or they would say that the minister must be here? If you point that to me, I'll rule on that. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, motion have been moved by the Minister of Finance. And we are debating the motion moved by the Minister of Finance. None of the deputies are here. Mr. Speaker, the issue has been raised by the member. The Honorable Deputy Leader did not tell us why the minister and the deputies are not here. He's only telling us that, they were with us in hope. Mr. Speaker, then there is no need to even debate the budget. If they being with us in hope is sufficient enough, then there is no need to debate the budget. Why are we debating the budget? To express our views on the policies. And he must be here to take note of all those issues. He is not here. And we should go ahead and debate the budget, Mr. Speaker. And you were saying that because we have a senior analyst here, and for that matter, we should go ahead and debate the budget. Mr. Speaker, it is not fair. We want the deputy or the minister himself to be here to take note of the issues that are being raised by the members. It is very important. So, Mr. Speaker, please, let's call for the minister or any one of his deputies to be here. You should not accept senior officers or technical officers from the ministry to be sufficient. Mr. Speaker, they are not members of the House, are they? They are not members of the House. We permit the ministers to be here, even if they are not members of Parliament. We permit them to be here by the standing orders of the House. The technical men are not allowed by any of the standing orders of the House. So, Mr. Speaker, please, let's bring them here, or else we pause and take other motions. Mr. Speaker, I have my motion. The Public Accounts Committee motions are here. Let's take that and call the minister to be here. When they come, we'll stop and then we'll continue with the debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I'm still waiting for guidance. If you point out to me where in our standing orders which says that the minister must be here, I'll rule that. Otherwise, I'll proceed. Yes.
I thought for a long time we have established a very reliable working relationship. Now, colleagues, your leadership in the front bench continuously have been lamenting and talking about welfare issues, and they are justifiably so. Talking about welfare issues. Now, most of the reasons raised related to welfare have to be dealt by these ministers, these same ministers. Now, at one breath, colleagues are calling for welfare needs to be attended to. At another breath, you are saying something else different. I think that we must get things straight. Speaker, we must get things straight. And I'm surprised at them. Yesterday, these same ministers were not here, and you debated. What has changed today? Are you ready to debate or not? No. Are you ready to debate or not? What is our function here? We are supposed to debate the budget. Yesterday, these same ministers were not here, and you debated. So what has changed today? Speaker, I think our colleagues should stop they should stop litigating on this matter, and we should make progress. Speaker, you have duly recognized the Honorable Atacha. He should be allowed to speak, and so that the person on their side can also speak. Litigating over this matter will not help this House. We have to move ahead. If you are not ready for the debate, say so. If you are not ready for the debate, be candid enough and say so. And stop this shifting of the goalposts. It will not help anybody. Let's debate and stop this gerrymandering. It will not help anybody.
Honourable members, I called for direction. I see that no member for Tamale North holds his order book, so I stand the orders. I'll listen to him. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I refer to the order, the standing orders, I just wish to crave your indulgence that it is also the practice in this House that we are guided by the standing orders and conventions of the House. And Mr. Speaker, as far as I know, conventions are as important as, the standing orders. And the convention has always been that the ministers of state, especially of finance, are available at this time, so they can report. Now, Mr. Speaker, the order I wish to refer to is Order 93-2, which says that it shall be out of order to use offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words, or to impute improper motives to any other member, or to make personal allusions. Mr. Speaker, when the issue was raised by the deputy whip, the deputy leader on the other side did impugn improper motives for raising that issue when he suggested that we were merely engaged in cheap political point scoring. Mr. Speaker, I think that is unacceptable and it must be withdrawn by the deputy leader with all respect. Thank you very much.
I will take it one after the other. I didn't know that was the point you were going to raise. I'll hold it. But I wanted to be guided on whether there's any rule requiring then that the Minister of Finance be here in person or represented. That's all I wanted to be guided on. Yes, Sina.
Mr. Speaker, this is all about experience. Many a times, as a leader, you are confronted with this situation, whether you are at this side or at this side. In the situations I have come across, when such issues are raised, the leader at the other side is not naturally antagonistic. You simply may even tell a lie. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister called me and said he's coming. If we can go on whilst he arrives, then the debate continues. But once you get up and you are antagonistic, leader of government business, you are retarding your business and you are progressing the efforts of the opposition. And I think that, Mr. Speaker, the response was bad. Even though you might not find exactly on it, Mr. Speaker, it is out of order for anyone to move a motion and disappear at the point when the motion is debated. I don't think that is normal. It's not logical. It might not be stated logically here, but it is not proper for anyone to move a motion. And after moving the motion and people are debating, members are debating it, then you walk out of the motion. Mr. Speaker, I think that you yourself will not accept that. And it must be accepted logically that the mover of a motion must be present to listen to the motion.
First, I think I must bring a conclusion to this matter. First, other matters have been introduced into the other matters will be spoken about, but this House, a motion is moved for the debate of the budget statement. The Speaker receives it and it says debate is deferred for 3 days. We start the debate on the 3rd day. I was trying to find whether I'll find, looking for any suggestion that the minister must be in the chamber. It is true that often either the minister or a representative sits in, but I'm not aware that at any point in time any minister has been ordered to sit in while the debate proceeds. It will be in the minister's own interest to be in the chamber, but proceedings must continue. On the other matter about leaders and leadership, I take it that the former deputy leader is advising his current colleague. I hope that we'll take it out of here, so I don't have to rule on whether the deputy leader behaved well or did not behave well. I'm sure that as a senior and more experienced one, you will discuss your concerns with him out of here. Honorable Atacha, please continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. That is, your decision is Solomonic, and I want to proceed. Honorable Speaker, it is said that the economy of a nation determines everything. Everything rises and falls with the economy. Relating to every economy, David Igbe posits as follows. Honorable Speaker, I would like to quote, with your kind permission. When our economy is truly healthy and everyone rises with a tide of prosperity, then issues such as the lack of affordable housing, homelessness, hunger are greatly diminished. Obviously, right, Honorable Speaker, the economy does not wear party colors. And members of this hallowed house should resist the temptation of doing partisan politics with the budget, which is a lifeline of the economy. Right now, Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Finance.
Honorable attention, wait.
Very well.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as leaders, it's our duty to assist you to maintain order in the House. So when we are on our feet, we are not obstructing your business, but to assist you to seek for guidance. Mr. Speaker, I raised objection about the absence of the minister in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, and I did it based on law. So when you ask for us to bring the legal basis for that objection, Mr. Speaker, I was on my feet and I was expecting you to call me. Mr. Speaker, I was coming under Article 111 of the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, you were citing technical men from the Ministry of Finance as coming here to take input and go and give to minister. Mr. Speaker, you and I know that technical men from the Ministry of Finance do not have audience on the floor. Mr. Speaker, when we are debating serious issues like financial statement and economic policy, making alternative policies and seeking for clarification, do they have audience to give that clarification? No. It was on that basis that I raised that objection. But Mr. Speaker, be that as it may, the chief whip of the majority said the Minister for Finance is not here because he's seeking for welfare issues. Mr. Speaker, we did not, I think that portion must be expunged from the Hazard. It must not be allowed to stand in the hazard. Welfare matters from where? We have not made any demands on the Minister of Finance. He must be here to listen to our alternative input as a shadow caucus from the shadow ministers, from the will-be ministers. So, Speaker, we are responsible opposition, and I want to call on you to call on the government chief whip to withdraw that portion of saying that the Minister for Finance, the Minister of State and the Minister of Finance, the two deputy ministers of Finance are all going around looking for welfare issues. That is unfortunate, and we are not seeking for any welfare issues. They must be here to listen to what Ghanaians have given to us to come and tell them. You can't just come and throw government financial policy somewhere and go and sit there. We need them in the chamber, Mr. Speaker. And I'm basing my argument on the Article 111. The Minister of Finance is entitled to sit and he can speak. The two deputies are members of Parliament. They must be here and they can clarify issues. We were not with them in cabinet. So we need them here. What decision that was taken at EMT, we were not there with the Minister of Finance. The decision that were arrived at cabinet, we were not there. The only platform we have is here. And they must be here. That when we are giving alternative issues, then they take note. When we don't understand certain portions, they clarify. Even if the chief director from Ministry of Finance is here, does he have audience on this floor? The answer is no. So, Mr. Speaker, I want you to direct the majority chief whip to withdraw that portion from the statement and also to send for the whereabouts of the Minister of Finance, at least one of his deputies, to come and listen to us. Mr. Speaker, we are serious and we must be taken serious.
Mr. Speaker, with respect. Mr. Speaker, with respect, my honorable colleague.
Hold on. The Honorable Deputy Whip, I gave my ruling on the matter of whether the Finance Minister must be here or not. The rule is that if you are dissatisfied with my ruling, you come by proper motion. And I stand by my ruling. Now, at no point did I mention that the technical men will come and sit in the chamber. They have never been. You said the minister is here to take notes. And that's when my attention was drawn to the fact that the technical people are here to take notes. So I directed them to come and sit at where technical people rather sit and not at the public gallery. And so I drew the House's attention that the technical people are here. So as far as I'm concerned, the matter relating to the minister is here. I've ruled upon it. You know the rule. If you are dissatisfied, you go through the proper procedure. That is how you assist the leaders to manage the House. Now, the issue of the Honorable Leader, Honorable Deputy Leader, using words which are inappropriate, frankly, but for the Honorable Member raising it, I had not heard it. It is my style if I hear it. If you are both speaking to the mic, so we deal in the law. When I withdrew my attention to it, then the former deputy leader also advised him. So I took it that he will take this matter out because it involves leaders. That is why I made the effort to leave it there. But if you insist that it be litigated, I'll ask him. Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader, you are alleged to have said that. You are alleged to have said that. What was the proper word being complained about?
He raised 93-2.
No, but the words he's complaining about. Honorable Tamale North, what were the words you complained about?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I complained about the use of cheap political point scoring. And the deputy chief whip also complained about the issue of welfare being championed by us, which we clearly deny, and we demand a retraction of that thing.
Sorry, welfare what? I didn't hear the welfare part.
Sorry. Mr. Speaker, the deputy leader suggested that what we were doing amounted to cheap political point scoring. The deputy whip, the whip also suggested that the ministers were absent because our leaders have been complaining about welfare issues for which they are having to attend to. And we, through our leader, is saying that it is untrue, and we demand that the ministers be here, and we have not asked them to attend to any welfare issue. Thank you.
So what is the complaint about the welfare matter? Is it coming under Order 93? Is it also coming under Order 93? Can I get the facts? So you don't build law on empty things. There must be facts. So all of you, kindly resume your seat. I want that confirmation of what the complaint is. Yes, so the welfare part, what is the complaint?
So, Mr. Speaker, the complaint is that he is attributing the absence of the ministers from this house to a demand that we say we have not made.
Which amounts to blackmail. Very well. Yes, first, Honorable Deputy Leader, you are alleged to have said that they are seeking cheap political points. Did you say that?
Mr. Speaker, with respect. First, I want to address you on two issues.
Kindly let me get the facts correct before we proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I haven't made an expression to the effect of impugning improper motive.
Complaining about the word.
Mr. Speaker, he quoted
scoring cheap political points. Did you use the word? Unfortunately, Speaker, I did not pay attention to that.
I repeat that I haven't used an expression to the effect that he is complaining about. He has complained that I have used an expression, which expression amounts to impugning improper motive into a submission made by the deputy minority whip. I am saying that I have not made such an expression. And yes, I have not made such an expression to that effect. No. Mr. Speaker, let me then, having dealt with that, address the two issues. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, on his feet, says that he is raising a legal matter, a matter on a point of law, and relies on Article 111. Yes. Mr. Speaker, clearly, the 111 he quoted did not amount to the minister being present. That is wrong. Mr. Speaker, number two, I am happy about the expression or the views expressed by Honorable Rashid Papu. With respect, Mr. Speaker, he has been in leadership before, and he knows that some of these things are discussed. Leadership amount to where we have issue we discuss. You don't spring surprises at your colleague. You don't. And Ahmed and I know that we engage each other a lot. This is a trivial matter that we could have engaged each other. So you bring it to the floor, and you are saying I should keep quiet, and you think that my response amounts to antagonism. I take serious objection to it. With respect, I'm telling you, tell your colleague to engage us also, so that we can solve some of these things.
Honorable, the current matter before me, which I must resolve, is whether you use the expression cheap political. That is a complaint.
Mr. Speaker, I have not offended 93(2) of our rules. I have not. Mr. Speaker, I have not offended the very rule that he relied on to mount his application. I insist. I have not offended the rule that he mounted his application on. That is his contention. I have not. Yes, I have not, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I think that the question you are putting to the deputy leader needs a simple answer. Have you used the word? Have you used such words? The answer is yes, I use it. No, I did not use those words. And he's going round, as if he's playing ball. So, Mr. Speaker, he should be forthright and answer your question so that you can move forward.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Suhini read Article Order 93(2). He says, I quote, "It shall be out of order to use offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words, or to impute improper motives to any other member, or to make personal allusions." Mr. Speaker, I put it to him to mount his application again to tell me what I said that amount to offending this rule. I have not done that. I have not done that.
The issue, he says that you have used those words. I've repeated the words he's complaining about. But the answer is that you have not used those words. Very well. Honorable members, to be able to come to a conclusion one or the other, I need to get the evidence. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Deputy Leader said he did not use those words. Mr. Speaker, can we call for the records? Yes. We want to listen to the records. Yes. Yeah, we have the voice. So that we play the voice if you actually did not use those words.
That's exactly what I was coming to. That I cannot make a determination when the facts are in dispute. So, why do we like complicating matters which can be simplified? The only evidence I can admit is the official record, which we go through and correct every day. So please, keep whatever you have. I'll call for the official record, and it will be made available to whoever is presiding, so you will make the appropriate orders. Let's proceed. Honorable Attachment. That, honorable members, the matter that was brought before me was my And I have ruled on it. If anybody brings any other matter, I'll deal with it. In the meantime, please proceed.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. We are discussing the budget, which is the lifeline of the economy, and let's have peace.
You have not filed a complaint. You are pointing your finger. If you have an issue, file it. But in the meantime, you should not proceed with the proceedings. Please. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Yes, leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Another Press, the majority chief whip. The majority chief whip. Honorable members, order. Can I listen to him? Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the majority chief whip says that the absence of the minister and his deputies was because we in leadership of the minority have asked him or are putting pressure on him on welfare matters, and that the ministers are working on the welfare matters of the minority. Mr. Speaker, what he said, that statement is not true. There is nowhere we are putting pressure on him on welfare matters. So if they can withdraw that portion to correct the records, that we have not put any pressure on him, that is making it impossible for the minister and the deputies to be present here. That factual, incorrect statement must be made right. We have not put any pressure on him. So I'm lodging this complaint to direct the chief whip to correct himself. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Speaker, in this house, I don't have a problem withdrawing an expression wrongly used or communicated.
But what I said was, there have been outstanding welfare issues of which we've been fighting for. And that's a statement of fact. I want to challenge my colleagues in leadership. I challenge my colleagues in leadership. They should tell this house, if we have not been pursuing welfare concerns for members, that is a statement of fact. And I will find it difficult to withdraw that. That is a statement of fact. There are outstanding welfare issues I have been going after together with the leadership. That is what it is. And I cannot withdraw this. I don't know why you should find this offensive. Honorable Meji, what is the offense in saying that there are outstanding welfare issues of which the ministers are working on? What is the offense in that? What is the offense in that?
What he said and what you said are different. What he is complaining is that you said their leaders. So if you did not say their leaders, then there's no basis for the complaint. That's all I want to confirm. You said their leaders are pressuring you on welfare matters. But you're saying, no, you said there are welfare issues that are being discussed. Let's get clear.
Speaker, in this house, we always agree to disagree. And we've always agreed to disagree.
Who are those people?
So, unreservedly, Speaker, with the greatest of respect, I never meant to offend my colleagues. If they find that offensive, unreservedly, I withdraw that part of the expression. And we can go ahead and make progress. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Atacha, proceed.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We are debating the budget, which is a lifeline of the economy, and I'm glad that we have peace. I want to proceed. Honorable Speaker, The Minister for Finance, Ken Oforiatta, in presenting the 2022 budget, used 20 paragraphs in explaining the devastating and calamitous effects of that international demon, as it were, the COVID-19. In paragraphs 22 and 23 at page 12, the minister said that our economic fortunes plummeted when we were hit by the COVID-19. Honorable Speaker, with your kind permission, I would like to read the relevant portion of what is said. Paragraph 22. By March 2020, our first quarter macro fiscal indicators reflected the turnaround we had accomplished over the 3.5 years. Indeed, we had just experienced an oversubscription of our $3.3 billion bond issuance on the international capital market as a result of strong investor confidence. The transaction comprised $525 million United States dollars for a 4-year zero coupon, $1 billion for a 7-year tenure priced at 7.75%, $1 billion for 12-year at 8.65%, and $500 million for a 20-year tenure with a coupon of 8.875%. Mr. Speaker, I'm continuing what he said. Then COVID struck, and the health and economic impacts have been devastating. Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit that Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was never hit by COVID. Indeed and in fact, our dear Flight Lieutenant J.J. Rawlings, who ruled Ghana for close to 19 years, was never hit by COVID. Mr. Speaker, strong leadership is measured by the gargantuan and sometimes the elephantine problems one tackles and solves. It is on record that although we were in the COVID environment, not one single worker in the public sector was laid off. And economy had the shock absorbers to continue. This is an eloquent testimony of the exemplary and quality leadership of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Honorable Speaker, what we are confronting is of international proportions. In the United States of America, the Congressional Budget Office projects a total of $7.6 billion in the cost of the output during the next decade. Honorable Speaker, let me quote the economic impact of the COVID on the United Kingdom. This is in a paper published on the 24th of September 2020. Coronavirus economic impact, UK. The magnitude of the recession caused by the pandemic is unprecedented in modern times. GDP declined by 9.8% in 2020, the steepest drop since consistent records began in 1948, and the most in over 300 years on some estimates, unquote. Honorable Speaker, even in our backyard, Nigeria, the report of the IMF is very clear that the economy eventually recovered by the third quarter of 2020, but was immediately sent into a tailspin by the end of the fourth quarter, when the country was hit by the second wave of the pandemic, which proved to be more lethal than the first. Total GDP in 2020 was reported at $43.29 billion from $448.12 billion in 2018. In the first quarter of 2021, GDP was recorded at 0.51%. The Q1 2021 growth was slower than the 1.87 growth rate recorded in Q1 2020, but higher than 0.11 recorded in Q4 2020, indicating a gradual but steady growth. Based on the premise of a projected recovery in crude oil output and price levels, real GDP growth in 2021 is expected to increase to 22.5% and will only return to its pre-pandemic level in 2022, according to the IMF. Right now, Speaker, in accord and consistent with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, number 7, which touches on affordable and clean energy, President Akufo-Addo's government is working towards generating power from the Pualugu multipurpose dam. Honorable Speaker, this may be found at page 163, paragraph 1804 of the budget. Honorable Speaker, this is a very important level of my submission. That having regard to my modest legal training and practice, I want to submit that regarding the power purchase agreements executed by the previous NDC government, the take-or-pay provision tantamount to causing financial loss to the state. Honorable Speaker, this obtuse and weird arrangement has cost the nation huge sums of money and by extension, infrastructure development, which is schools, hospitals, roads, and factories. Mr. Speaker, here is a criminal waste of the nation's money as a result of the obnoxious take-or-pay arrangement. In the year 2019, regarding the take-or-pay arrangement, we paid to the independent power producers 5.4 billion Ghana cedis. In the year 2020, we paid the independent power producers 6.8 billion Ghana cedis. And this year, 2021, from January to September, we have paid them 5.8 billion, which is 17.6 billion Ghana cedis in total. Honorable Speaker, I did some arithmetic. If you put together the budget of this great house and that of roads and health, what we have paid out in these criminal arrangements is in the sum of 17.6, and the total of the budget of this house, the roads, ministry, and health is 15.5 billion, and this is sad indeed. Honorable Speaker, I am glad.
Honorable Member, hold on.
Yes.
Yeah. I thought you were not fit to raise an objection, otherwise.
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker. My learned senior referred to the take-or-pay clauses that were in the power purchase agreements that the previous NDC government signed and attributed acts of criminality to that past government. Some of the members of that past government, including myself, are in this house. And yet, he is employing language that shows or that seeks to demonstrate that we're engaged in intentional acts of criminality, a criminal enterprise. Under our orders, I want him to withdraw the reference to criminal enterprise. And then also, the honorable member must understand that take or pay are standard clauses in power purchase agreements. And the reason is very simple. If the investor is coming into your country to invest in a power plant, and you have no money to pay ex ante, then that clause will tie you so that you will be able to pay for the construction and maintenance of the power plant. So there is no underlying criminal intention on anybody's part in
use of the word criminal, that criminal one. enterprise. Did you use that? I don't remember hearing enterprise. Is that the conduct, the arrangement was criminal? That is what is a complaint about. Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader. Yes, I want to hear you, then I'll hear the leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue raised by the Honorable Member has an objection from our side, who was in the previous government, in fact, as the Deputy Attorney General. He has taken strong objection. So, for the member to do the right thing, he should just withdraw that aspect. If there's a criminal element of that, you don't come here to say it. So, there are steps that you follow. You don't come here to criminalize that action and just to leave it that way. So, he doesn't lie in his thinking to say that that action is criminal. It is a court that must take the final decision. So, objection has been taken. The best thing for him to do is to withdraw that aspect of his statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader. Yes, I wanted to hear your comment on the objection before I make a ruling.
Speaker, I was not really following the issue that they are discussing now, so I'm not able to provide any opinion as of yet. I was not really following. I was looking at some other material.
Well, I would wish that, as much as possible, we avoid the use of words which offend one or the other. May not necessarily be, in my view, as it is, but if it will affect the debate and the quality of debate, I will advise that we withdraw it or use a less offensive word so that we can move on.
So, Honourable Speaker, I withdraw the statement that it was a criminal arraignment. But I would say, with the greatest of respect, and with my entitlement to opinion, that when you pay so much money for a power that you have not used, the inference of causing financial loss to the state is a legitimate conclusion I can make. If not, then I'm being affected not to proffer an opinion. So the understanding that it's a criminal arraignment, I withdraw. But the conclusion is obvious, that we paid for huge sums of money for power we never use. And for me, and my training as a lawyer, we are in the area of causing financial loss to the state, whether it's it's willful or negligent or otherwise. But I want to proceed. I do not intend to offend, but that is what my opinion is. Right, Honourable Speaker, I am elated that under the able leadership of Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, an arrangement has been put in place to have some consensus as to how we'll be able to take away this dimension which is bleeding the economy. And the power producers are also interested in taking away this dimension. That is eminently sensible, and that is also evidence of good governance and mature leadership. Right now, Speaker, these issues are captured at page 163, paragraphs 805, 806 of the budget. Right now, Speaker, there is a game changer which the President is driving through the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Company, GhanaWeb. It is the integrated aluminium industry. Right now, Speaker, I see this as a watershed in the economic transformation of this country. At page 150 of the budget, this is what the Minister rendered the matter, and with your kind permission, I'd like to read. Right now, Speaker, I know you are a man of justice, and the space that have been consumed by the interruptions will be taken into account so that I have my full 15 minutes. I'm grateful for your kindness. Page 150 of the budget. Madam Speaker, I'd like to read. Mr. Speaker, in September 2021, His Excellency the President launched the 4 key projects under the integrated aluminium industry. These projects collectively define the full scope of the upstream part of the IAI and will ensure the full exploitation and value addition to Ghana's 900 million tons of bauxite reserves at Awaso in the Western North region, in Ahin and in Pasaso in the Ashanti region, and Chebi in the Eastern region. Right Honorable Speaker, it is important to have some understanding regarding the immense benefit of this important area of our economic development. It is estimated that recoverable reserves of 700 million metric tons will produce approximately 10 million metric tons of bauxite annually over an estimated period of 70 years. About 4 million metric tons of alumina per annum over a period of 70 years, and approximately 300,000 metric tons of aluminum per year, also over a period of 70 years. The economic potential of the total recoverable bauxite of 700 metric tons in an estimated gross revenue of approximately 500 million United States dollars per year, totaling 3.35 billion over 70 years, based on the current market price of $50 per ton. Refining the raw bauxite into alumina to produce 4 million metric tons of alumina per year, based on the current market price of $400 per ton, will generate gross revenue of approximately 1.6 billion per year, translated into 112 billion over 70 years. At the smelting stage, based on a revamped Varco smelter producing 300,000 tons of primary aluminium per year, the smelter is estimated to generate a gross revenue of $810 million per year, totaling 56.7 billion over 70 years, using current LME price of 2,700 United States dollars. The upstream section of the industry is expected to generate tens of thousands of direct and indirect jobs. The downstream activities, where the aluminum is turned into the final products for the transportation, aeroplane, cars, engineering, electricity poles, grates, building and construction, roofing sheets, household items, utensils, packaging, etc., is even more significant. It is expected to yield billions in gross revenues with hundreds of thousands in direct and indirect employment, resulting from manufacturing industries that will develop across Ghana, utilizing local primary aluminium stemming from the investment in the upstream sector. Mr. Speaker, the economic activity and employment generated by this industry, even during the development phase, is also significant. The overall multiplier impact on the economy will be considerable. It is estimated that the delivery of the upstream section of the plan will require significant capital investment of some 6 billion spread over 4 to 5 years from the strategic investors, with GHADEC taking equity stakes in each venture. The key, Honorable Speaker, to unlocking this potential, however, is the development of infrastructure, railways, port facilities, and the availability of competitively priced power. We must, as a matter of urgency, put in place these underpinnings to ensure delivery of the full potential that this industry offers to our economy. We need a clear line of sight to the delivery of this critical infrastructure.
One minute more.
1 minute.
I'll allow you extra time for the...
Very well. I'm about to end. This is the most important part of my critical infrastructure, which will also open up to our country for investment in other industries. This will be a huge boost to our industrial transformation efforts. Mr. Speaker, we should all put our resources together to bring this about. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, under the able leadership of President Kufuor, we are rising from the ashes of the COVID-19 pandemic. Life is being infused into the economy. The adequate budget. The e-levy should be embraced by all Ghanaians, especially as this is a veritable avenue for revenue and by extension infrastructure development. Honorable Speaker, we should not be blind people. There is light at the end of the tunnel, and Ghana will be better off for it with this budget. I'm grateful to you.
Honorable Dr. Kwabena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by looking at paragraph 823, in which the government assisted GNPC to acquire additional 7% stake in the Anadako interest in Deepwater Tunnel and West Cape 3 Points in a sales and purchase agreement with Cosmos. Mr. Speaker, I want to put on record that this is one of the most positive decisions taken by this particular government. And I want to appreciate it. This fulfills the vision that our side had when we went into oil and gas to increase Ghana's stake in the oil and gas business. We have no qualms giving praise where praise is due. And therefore, I will want to congratulate the minister and his team. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, if you go to paragraph 829 of the 2022 budget statement, the statement says Parliament granted approval to GNPC to acquire 37 stake in Deepwater Cape 3 Points block and 70% of Deepwater Cape 3 Points of South Deepwater Cape 3 Points. Mr. Speaker, I want to put on record that Parliament never granted this approval. Mr. Speaker, I am really amazed, mesmerized, worried that such a major policy decision could go into the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, what this Parliament did was to give the Ministers of Energy and Finance, and by implication GNPC, the nod to go and negotiate a price and report back to this House for approval.
It's all about the GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk. It's happening here on the 27th of November 2021. We're hitting the streets of Accra to interact with drivers and to share some educational material. Our starting point is at Legon Presec and we'll end at East Legon. The time is 6 a.m. My name is Eche Atisu and I'm host of The Untold on GhanaWeb TV. Let's do this.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Venom Mineral Water, and the Lish Restaurants.
About people criticizing me, I didn't really see too much of the criticism as compared to the positive vibes. I draw more on positive energy as compared to the negative one. My passion is just watching cartoons. I love to watch cartoons. If you ask me any episode of SpongeBob, I can tell you. We all have feelings like you guys. We go through things. We wake up one day and it's like, nah, I don't feel motivated to even do this. Do you understand? And then on top of it all, you come online and you see people insulting you for something so small, something so little. It's like, why am I even here? Oh, there was this time I went on Twitter and I saw that somebody was like, oh, D Black is wasting his money on Sefa because he's investing so much and we are not even seeing anything. When I saw that, I was very hurt. This love is choke, no, it's joke. It choke, cause this love is choke.
No doubt that this year has been one of her best years yet. Our guest for today has one of the hottest bangers on our airwaves, both locally and internationally. I personally call her the Black Avenue Music poster girl. Let me not spill too much about her. Let's unravel our guest after this quick break. My name is Elsie Lamar and you are watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back from that quick breather. You just joined in, you're watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, and as usual, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small size of pizza, fries, chicken, Coca-Cola at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from all Cheesy Pizza branches. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And our guest is here. You know her, you've seen her, you've heard her songs are everywhere, and we have Sefa.
Hi, you know Grandma Papa, Cheesy Pizza. Hey, wow. You're doing amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
But I'm just a local LA girl. I guess you're an LA girl too.
Number 9 for life.
Charlie. You speak it.
Yeah, just a little. But I can speak it. What do you want to say? Do you want us to insult the producers?
Oh.
No problem.
Speaking it true.
Akwafa.
Okay.
Wacha.
Metro who?
Oh wow! I went to school in Ho
West.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. That's nice.
So you're welcome.
I'm fine, thank you. Oh, thank you again.
You look good.
Thank you. You
like
look amazing too. Thank you.
Charlie, what's up? What have you been up to?
For now, I've just been moving around promoting my song as usual. Interviews here and there, shows here and there, and also I released a new song featuring Sarkodie, so I'm promoting that one too at the moment. So that's what I think I've been up to.
Okay. Yeah. Ichok, let's talk about Ichok. Ichok, were you expecting this huge success?
I mean, for every creative, when you put out something, you expect it to go far. So I was expecting it to go far, but I didn't know it would come at this short pace. Because I was like, okay, when we release this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, maybe like in a year or like some few months to come. But Ichok picked up within the first month and it was doing amazing, still doing amazing. I'm getting videos from other countries that is not Ghana. So Ichok, I think, is God. God is moving it from level to level.
Aside from God, what do you think was the magic?
I think people, I honestly think personally, I think people love my alter ego. That is the Sefa, Sugar Sefa, like the danceable song Sefa. They like the moving of the body Sefa. So I think that's what people are attracted to more when it comes to my brand and the type of music I do. So I think that was the little spark on top of it for me. And I think people were also excited to see me dance because they were like, oh, okay, now she's dancing. Oh, that's amazing. So yeah.
I think you are right when you said that, because when you release Sugar, I think it had the same, vibe and energy attached to it. People liked it a lot, but it didn't go as far as Ichok.
Yes.
What do you think you didn't do with the Sugar song?
I think with Ichok, because of the period in which the song came about, people could relate to it more. Sugar did amazing, especially when I go to the rural areas, the villages and stuff like that. They sing it in other countries too. They sing it, but I think because Sugar didn't have any dance challenge with it, Ichok was around the period where everybody was on TikTok, everybody was dancing, and TikTok really moves your songs if you use it well. Do you understand? So I think that's how come people think Ichok moved faster than Sugar.
And then Ichok, I think there was this term. The Ichok is a term actually that people use, so I think it's relatable to it. Okay, moving from Ichok, people know you as Sefa. They know you as entertainer. They know you as that sweet girl who's always like storming our stages here and there, but they don't know much about you in terms of you growing up and all that. Can you tell us something brief about yourself?
So my mom is a Northerner and my dad is an Ewe. I come from a very sweet family. My family, we are very quiet. We just mind our businesses. So I'm sure you will not even hear about us that much. And I went to Ola Girls.
Oh,
yes,
I went to Malco Girls.
Oh wow! Hi sister. I went to Ola Girls, and then from there I went to Methodist University, and then to Accra Technical University, and it's been music from there onwards. Then my personal life is a little bit boring, so I mean I don't like to talk about it that much.
Oh, I see. So growing up from a typical Ewe home, I know my people.
Yes.
And trust me, they're all about their books and
Go to school.
church. Books, church. Was your childhood like that?
Luckily for me, my dad is a human rights activist. Like, so he believes in, follow your dreams, do what makes you happy and stuff like that. But from the beginning he was more of like, oh, you're good in school, why don't you go to school, become like a businesswoman or something, because I mean you're already getting the certificate and everything, why waste it and stuff like that. My mom was there since day one, supportive. When I even have to go and perform on the streets, she would be the one to help me sneak out and stuff like that. So my dad came around at a point where he felt like, is this what you really want to do? And I was like, yeah, this is what I really want to do. And I was like, okay, let's just go for it. So even my contract with Black Avenue Music, he signed it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, my dad signed it. So they've been supportive since the beginning.
Almost every singer talks about the fact that they've had to, at a point in time, sing in church.
Yeah.
Was your story any different, or you had
no,
the same story?
It wasn't. I just think that for me, it all began like when we were very young. My mom used to tell me, oh, you can sing, go and sing, go and sing, go and sing. So anytime the first time I did it, like people came to give me money. The elders, when they see any young person, like they spray money on you and stuff like that. And I like that. I love that a lot. So I kept on doing it. But I think my mom saw the potential from way when I was young. She even made me realize that I had a voice to sing. I didn't even know that I had a voice to sing. So I think that's how it started for me. It started from church, right? From 7 years.
Okay. So let's talk about schooling. Did you at any point in time expect that a time will come that you would pursue music?
Not really. Even way back in SHS, I never used to sing. I was so scared of people hearing me sing because I wasn't very sure of myself, because I like being left with myself. I love my private life, and I knew that being in the music industry is going to take all that away from me. But then I mean, what God plans is what's going to happen. What God says is going to happen is what's going to happen. I never dreamed of being in the music scene, but now here we are. So
nice. Moving away from all of that, let's talk about live here at BAM, Black Avenue Music. How has it been for you so far?
It's been amazing. The learning process for me especially has been great because I've learned a lot from Black Avenue Music. When I joined Black Avenue Music, I mean, all I knew was that I wanted to sing. I wanted to stand and sing, but now I'm getting to know more about the entertainment industry. I'm getting to learn more about the business, entertainment or music as a business and not just as a hobby. So Black Avenue Music has really taught me a lot.
So are you the only one on the record label?
Now it's just me and then my boss, D Black. We are the only artists on the record label now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But before you joined, there were other artists.
Yeah, I was there and then Sam came to join me. So
Okay.
I've always been there. Yeah.
Would you agree that you are the Black Avenue Music poster girl?
Oh, really? Oh, really? Thank you. Thank you for telling me.
But would you agree to that, though?
Yeah. Well, if you say so.
Oh, yeah, your boss's favorite.
I don't think I'm my boss's favorite. I just think I put in a lot of work. And my boss is somebody, he's very business minded. And when he sees somebody who is very hardworking and who has the talent, he tends to push you with everything that he has. So it's more of like he has seen a great investment and he's just trying to push the investment. But it has nothing to do with favoritism or anything like that. Yeah.
Okay. More like your daddy's girl.
I mean, I'm everybody's girl. I'm everybody's girl. Even your cameraman, I'm his girl. Everybody sees me and calls me baby girl, and I like that. I prefer that to any other title. So yeah.
Were you expecting the car gift, or it came as a surprise?
I wasn't. It was a surprise. It was a surprise, actually. It was.
So
a surprise.
how did you feel?
I was like, oh wow, that's nice. You know, I don't know how to behave when I'm surprised. So it's like, because I'm not really an emotional person and I don't like to show a lot of emotion. So when I said, I was like, okay, right now, should I cry? Should I be happy? Should I roll or something? But it was a surprise and I loved every bit of it because I had my family there. I had my people that I work with that are now family to me, and it was a great moment for me.
Describe your boss in one word.
Business minded.
Okay.
Business minded. That's actually 2 words, right? So business. Business. Yeah.
But what would ever make you part ways with BAM?
When it comes to parting ways with Black Avenue Music, it might be if I'm done with my contract, or if the label and I come to an agreement that okay, a better offer has come and then you have to move on to the another side. Because with me, I feel like Black Avenue Music is more like a family to me now. It's not about just the business. It's more, I have people that are way invested in me than even people that are closer to me. Do you understand? So it's more of like a business for me, a family for me now. So just parting ways, I won't just stand up and say, okay, I'm leaving. It has to be, okay, she's done with her contract or she's moving to a better deal. Yeah.
Okay. Moving away from that, you have been in this industry for a while. How long have you?
5 years.
5 years. Okay, you must have been through a lot. You've experienced a lot. You've grown through all these years. I'd like to find out, have you had any down moments at any point in time? If yes, how did you get out of it? What happened? So other people watching you could pick a cue from your story.
All the time. When you are very passionate about something, like, you tend to worry about it a lot, because you know a lot of people who watch from the outside will not understand what you are going through, because you are the one passionate about it. Do you get it? And I have a problem with people thinking that okay, once you're in front of the media, or once people get to know you, you don't have the right to feel some sort of emotions, because you know, I can wake up one time and I'm not in the mood for anything. I feel like very down, and I'm allowed to feel that because I'm human. But then I have to come out and smile with people. I have to come out and act like everything is okay. Oh, I'm happy, everything is fine. I think that is one of the most challenging things that people don't talk about, especially those in the limelight, because we all have feelings like you guys. We go through things. We wake up one day and it's like, nah, I don't feel motivated to even do this. Do you understand? And then on top of it all, you come online and you see people insulting you for something so small, something so little. It's like, why am I even here? But you know, when the same passion that drives you nuts is the same passion that will keep you going, because you keep working for it, and you know one day people are going to believe in what you also believe in. So yeah, just keep on believing. That is the only thing. And keep on praying to God to console you, because nobody is going to believe when you tell them you are going through stuff. So you just have to just be happy about it.
Speaking of that, what's like the worst thing you've ever heard about yourself that you had to double think whether it was me they were referring to or it's someone else actually?
Oh, there was this time I went on Twitter and I saw that somebody was like, oh, D Black is wasting his money on Sefa because he's investing so much and we are not even seeing anything. When I saw that, I was very hurt. I was so hurt. And I didn't reply the person too, but I feel like people don't know, as I said earlier, people don't know what you go through behind the scenes. They don't know the late nights. They don't know how hard it is when you sit down in the studio and you're cracking your brain, or how to even get prepared to go out and say hello to those same people that are bashing you. You get it? People don't know what happens behind the scenes. So the fact that somebody hasn't blown up to your expectation doesn't mean that the person is not trying enough. Probably it's just not my time. You know, before Ichok, people knew me, oh, Sugar Sefa, or Dayo Sefa, and things like that. But now, when it's your time, right, people will naturally warm up to you. It's going to come. You don't even have to force it. So I think people were not seeing it before because it wasn't my time. And when it's not your time, there's nothing you can do about it. And it's not about somebody wasting their money on you or somebody not making you big enough or rich where you want to be or something like that. I just feel like people just need to have a little bit of patience when it comes to things like this and the kind of things that they say. I'm somebody, I don't care and I don't mind if somebody says, oh, you're ugly, or this dress you're wearing is, because that one, they're just mediocre stuff. You can do whatever you want to do. You can say whatever you want to say about my looks and everything. But when it comes to my passion and my hard work, I get very emotional because I feel like people don't understand it. And the worst part is that when you try to talk about, they're like, oh, emotional artists. That one just kills me the most.
Okay, I'm sure starting you were underground for a while before you came you shot to the light. I'm sure you've had people walk up to you and say at a point in time that why are you wasting your time doing music, because you've spent quite a while and then we've not seen anything. Did you get any of such messages and how did you handle it?
Surprisingly for me, I never got such messages. Most of the times I got, oh, don't worry, we'll be fine, or don't you think you want to try, like, do something else and attached to the music or something. But nobody has ever told me, oh, you have to up and go, because first of all, I won't give you the opportunity to say that. Because I mean, the people around you should motivate you to follow your passion more, because that's how that's the only place that you feel safe to be yourself. So I never really got such comments like that.
Okay, so let's go back to the Ichok song. There were rumors that people actually thought the song was for Drew. How did you feel about that?
Well, we are both artists. Drew contributed to the song. I also contributed to the song. I'm somebody, I don't get fazed by rumors or what people say. I know the song is mine. If people say it's for Drew, that's fine, as long as it's still going, it's moving. I don't mind, because when you go on Apple Music, it's my name that is there. But if you think it's for Drew, it's still fine. He's an amazing artist. He's on the song, so it's partly his. So I don't really mind.
Okay, and people started to tag you with him saying you guys have a thing going on. Would you like to clarify that?
Oh, Drew and I have a vibe. We have a vibe. Like right now that I'm sitting here, if you walk in right now, the kind of noise that will go on here, it's like chaos. He and I, our vibe is something that I love a lot. I always say I love it because he gets me into that hyper mood, and I like that a lot about him.
So it's just like on a friendship level.
Yeah, we just have a vibe.
Bestie.
He's not really my bestie, but we have a vibe. We are really we are pretty close, and anytime we meet, because of the sort of vibe I have with him, you might think something is going on, but we are super cool.
Let's talk about fashion. I've seen you feature in Salma Moment's new Leo by Salma. Yeah, and I've gone through your pictures on social media. I've seen you're quiet. You have a great fashion sense.
Thank you very much.
So have you ever considered modeling?
Not really. No, not really.
Why?
I've not. I mean, from the beginning, right, people used to say, oh, you have long legs, you should try modeling. So I love taking pictures when I want to, but I feel like once I tag myself with that model thing, then it becomes like work, and I can't just wake up one day and say, no, today I don't feel like taking pictures, because you're a model. That's what you do for a living. So I like to take pictures at my own free time when I feel like it. Do you understand? So I've never really considered modeling, but if the kwacha is good and everything, I might add it to something. Yeah.
Speaking of the kwacha, are you good now? You feel like now you're okay, comfortable in terms of money? Are you making money?
I feel like now I make more than grass, which I'm very grateful to God for. I make more than grass now, and I'm very ambitious, so I'm always wanting more. I'm Oliver Twist. I want more. So if you ask me now that I feel like I'm okay, no, I'm not. I'm not content with what I have now. I want more, so I'm working for more.
As compared to before?
Yes.
But as compared to before, you are okay?
As compared to before, I'm making more than grass, so I'm happy about it.
We thank God for that.
This love is joke, no we joke, it joke, it joke, it joke, cause this love is joke, no we joke, it joke, it joke, it joke.
It's say I did it. Oh, wow.
Yes, he did it. Hey, boys, he did it. Girls, so yen chile. Mupe dede. Yes, so yen chile. Boys, he did it. Yes, so yen chile. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was the far right then. It's time to munch on our pizza, and yes, I have to be careful with this. Ooh, okay, so there we go. Safa, we have pizza here.
Thank you for giving me pizza.
This from Cheesy Pizza. It's actually assorted meats, and let me help you with one.
Thank you.
There you go.
Oh, this looks very good.
Yeah, it tastes better actually. Hey, my pizza na seeing you.
Pizza na peme nkwa.
Okay.
Now this is very actually it's very good, guys. Very good.
So let's cheers.
Oh, cheers. They didn't tell me I was time to enjoy.
Oh yeah.
Next time you should tell me early. Wow.
Okay, so let's go on. Lately, we've had a number of unfortunate incidents happening in the entertainment industry, back to back to back to back. I'm sure you have been picking a cue from it. What lessons have you drawn personally from your perspective? What have you learned?
I've just picked that I need to work harder on myself as an individual, and also work hard on my music. And I mean, like, with people like the people you mentioned, I think they are very strong people, and to the extent that they've worked so hard that they even have people defending them without them talking. That is something that I'm always aiming for, where people love you to the extent that they are ready to stick by you and stay by you. So it's just up to me to work harder to be able to achieve that.
But when you heard about it, what was your take? What really struck you in all of that?
About the arrest,
yeah.
I felt bad because anybody that I know that's even going to jail, I feel bad for the person. And I just felt bad that they had to be in prison for that long for something like a simple mistake, something that probably they couldn't really like. You don't have a control of some things. Do you understand? I just feel like there are lessons everybody can learn. We are all human beings. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has a breaking point. And as I said earlier from the beginning of the interview, that as a human being, people always forget the fact that you are in the limelight does not mean that you are not a human being. You behave like any rational human being. So let's just forgive them. Let's move on. These are great imports and exports out of the country. These are people that send our music to other parts of the world. So let's just forget about it. Let's move on. Let's just think, okay, they are also human beings like us. They're allowed to make mistakes. So yeah.
Prophecies. Do you think Ghanaian pastors are doing the right thing with regards to prophecies? Do you think?
We never hear about, oh, Safa, I dreamt that you had $1 million and it's coming. I dreamt that you have this big show. I heard that. I dreamt that you have this. It always has to do with negativity. And so it just brings your mind to the fact that, are they saying this because they want to just trend, or are they saying this because they want you to feel bad or something? So I just feel like our attention has been drawn from a lot of important things, and it has been given to mediocre things. Because if we were not giving them the attention in the first place, why will a pastor see something and come on air and come and talk about it? It's a private issue. What happened to calling the management of the people? What happened to going to the person's house? Oh, this and this is what I have heard. Why do you have to come on national TV and put my dirty clothes or linens outside? Nobody has to know about that. Just like the same way, if you dreamt that I had a lot of money, you won't come and tell me. So I just think we just have to immediately we stop giving them that sort of attention. They'll just realize that this is not something they can make money off of, because you know this is money for them. Because immediately they say, then it's like, oh, this pastor dreamt about Shatawale, so I'm going to his church. This pastor dreamt about Cephas, so I'm going to his church. It doesn't make sense. You don't serve God like that.
Okay, so after your, I don't want to go here, but I guess I have to. So you were criticized. I don't know whether you saw it on social media after you appeared on the Delay Show.
Yes, I was.
How did you feel about that, and did you have any regrets?
No, I never had any regrets on going to the Delay Show, and I for if anything, I'm grateful for Delay. Sorry, I'm grateful to Delay for giving me the opportunity to talk about myself and my life on her show, because it was all about me for like that 30 seconds or 30 minutes and stuff like that. And about people criticizing me, I didn't really see too much of the criticism as compared to the positive vibes. I draw more on positive energy as compared to the negative one, so I didn't really see that. What were they even saying? What were they saying?
About the whole body shaming thing.
Oh, okay. Oh, I get it. Oh, well, too bad for you.
Okay, so you've had to perform on big stages in London, and you were at the party in the park.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so can you tell us how your experience was?
It was amazing. It was amazing. The energy there was crazy. Because even before I came on stage, you were already mentioning my name, singing my songs and stuff like that. So it just gave me that sort of feeling to do more for them because of the kind of energy I was getting from them. And I also got the opportunity to meet other artists in the UK that I connected with and hopefully to do music with. And also I got to do my media tour, which was amazing, and I saw a lot of nice people that say, oh, I love you, I love your music, and people were singing my song back to me. That experience is something I'll keep with me forever.
So you featured, I saw your skits with Nasty Black.
Yeah.
Will you ever at a point consider acting?
I've not thought about it. You know, that's the funny thing about me. When it comes to me, right, apart from music that I'm very passionate about, every other thing is secondary to me. So if I wake up and I feel like today maybe I want to take pictures, I'll take pictures. If I wake up and I'm like maybe today I want to act, I'll act. But music is the only thing I can't wake up one day and say today I want to do music, or I don't want to do music.
Because that's your 9 to 5.
Exactly. But when it comes to acting, I've never really thought about going into acting, even though I've had a lot of offers. People, oh, I wanted to do this for me, I wanted to do this acting for me. I just feel like it's not something that my heart is pinned on at the moment. So yeah.
Okay, so what's the way forward? What projects are you currently working on?
So I just released my song I did with Sarkodie and one of the biggest artists in SA, DJ Tira, which is doing amazing. Also this December, I'm very, very sure wherever you're going, you might see me performing there. So please come, let's jam. And also make sure to stream the songs. A lot of amazing things coming up. I love like to keep quiet on things till they come out, then it's like, oh, it's really happening. So let's just keep our fingers crossed and hope for the best.
But what was the experience like working with a big act like Sarkodie on that song?
It's amazing. It's amazing, and just the vibe, like I never really thought like he was that friendly to when the UK together, and then it's like it's an amazing feeling. You know, it's somebody that when you see him, you have a lot to learn, and then also like he's teaching you the ways because he introduced us to other industry players that he was working with. He took us for dinner, bought us shoes and stuff like that.
Oh, really?
I mean, Sarkodie is an amazing person, and just him putting a verse on my song is something I've always dreamed about, and I wish every young artist coming up could experience that, because it just opens up your mind. And what he's doing, he might not know it, but in the future, when somebody else comes comes up to me, it will be like, oh, somebody did it for me, so I also have to do it for somebody else. And I think he's an amazing artist.
Okay, so aside music, do you have any other passion?
Oh yeah, I love to watch cartoons.
If
you ask me any episode of SpongeBob, I can tell you.
Wow.
Yes, I love. So my passion is just watching cartoons. I love it a lot.
Really?
And also, I think I love to be creative. My mind is like a creative space. So when it comes to styling, when it comes to video direction, when it comes to putting things together, most of my videos I put them together from the styling, makeup, everything. So
okay.
My mind is like a creative space. I think more of like creativity for me.
Nice. So finally we are almost here. Give your last words and then we bounce.
So anywhere I go, any station I go to, I always say that I don't have fans, I have family, because you guys have been so amazing to me. Thank you to GhanaWeb for always promoting my music. I have a new one featuring King Sarkodie and DJ Tira titled Fever. It's an Amapiano song. You're gonna love it. Please go download it, stream it, share it with your friends, and let's vibe.
Put out where they can stream your music and your social media handles.
So my music is on all musical platforms. Any app you use to listen to music, just type Sefa and all my tracks are gonna pop up. Ichoke, Sugar, Odoyewu, Fever, everything is gonna pop up. And also my social media handles on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram is Sefa_GH, S3FA_GH.
That was Sefa right there, giving us all the vibes and getting all personal with us. And don't forget, this show, as usual, is brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, chicken, Coca-Cola at all their branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to order your weekend special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And of course, they've asked me to give this coupon to Safa.
Your pizza, your way.
Yeah. So you go to any branches written on it, and then you can get for yourself a pizza. So
my siblings are going to be so happy.
Yeah. Finally, we have come to the end of this show. I hope you liked it, and thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me. To your grandma on point.
Hey. So we come your way another time. Till then, stay out of trouble, and we are out.
PRO, National Road Safety Authority. It's all about GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk. Meeting point, Legon Presec, bus stop. Time 6 a.m. Happening on 27th November 2021. We have to walk to save lives. We'll walk as well as have fun. So come. Let us work together to save lives on our road. See you at the meeting point, 6 a.m. sharp.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Verna Mineral Water, and Delish Restaurant.
Percent debt to GDP, that's where we are. So what does the government do to address the concerns of businesses, small businesses especially? What you do is that you reduce taxes. Give waivers and reliefs. You deal with some of the specific concerns. For example, fuel. And don't let anybody tell us that we can't do anything about fuel cost. Mr. Speaker, last year, 2020, this government had projected, we are a net exporter of crude oil, had projected that
we are going to get about $800 million in the export of crude on our portion. And we pledged it at $54 per barrel. Thankfully, crude prices have moved to $80. So project about $400 million that this government has windfall that this government could use to cushion the very concerns that have been raised by businesses. But no, Mr. Speaker, what do we see? In addition to the already suffocating budget, taxes, we are now told of new taxes, inward remittance tax, bank transfer tax, and tax on mobile. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine? I go to a fuel station, I buy 1,000 Ghana cedi of fuel, I decide to pay by my Momo, I'm charged 1.7. The attendant who receives the money is supposed to transfer it to his company headquarters, is charged. The headquarters is supposed to transfer that same money to the bank, is charged. Mr. Speaker, how do you even explain this to the 7-star owner? How do you explain that? Mr. Speaker, this is the context in which we discuss this budget. And so clearly the approach by this government is unacceptable. The taxes, especially the e-levy taxes, as has been variously stated, cannot be supported. We can't support it, Mr. Speaker, but we know how we got here. This is a government that, Mr. Speaker, for the longest time, will say one thing and do the other. And Mr. Speaker, I took the trouble to listen to all the teams since 2017 when this government came to power. In 2017, this was the theme of the budget. The theme was sowing the seeds for growth and jobs. At the end of the year, there was no growth and there were no jobs. In 2018, this was the theme. It was putting Ghana back to work. At the end of the year, Ghanaians were put out of work. In 2019, they gave us another theme, consolidating the gains for growth, jobs, and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, you know what happened in 2020? They consolidated coronavirus, poverty, and misery. In 2021, Mr. Speaker, they were a little sophisticated in their team. Economic revitalization through completion, consolidation, and continuity. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians were indeed completed with taxes at the brink. And this is 2022 budget. And they get more sophisticated with their teams. They say building a sustainable entrepreneurial nation, physical consolidation, job creation. At this point, Mr. Speaker, we must all be scared. Nobody should be surprised why we got here. Mr. Speaker, this government started with a big agenda, one district, one factory. That policy was to build brand new factories in every district in Ghana, 260 of them. It became obvious that this could not be achieved. And Mr. Speaker, they turned around, without even accepting that they failed in that aspect, came back and said that one district, one factory, and stimulus package are the same thing. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I mean, I take you through what they've said about the creation of jobs. And Mr. Speaker, why is this a concern? As I speak to you, we have companies waiting for exemptions. They are on the list of companies that are supposed to get stimulus support. And we have not even given them the exemption yet. They are part of the job calculations. So if they tell us in this budget that the 1D1F has created over 156,000, it includes the companies that are yet to get tax exemptions, companies that have been in existence for over 10 years. Mr. Speaker, who are you really deceiving? Who are we deceiving? And it explains the job numbers. It explains why joblessness is on the high. Mr. Speaker, but let me take you to one other critical part of their plan. In the 2021 budget, it was captured that strategic partnerships to capitalize and upgrade equipment of textile manufacturers will be pursued and regulatory measures enforced to address piracy and protect intellectual property rights for local manufacturers.
Hold on. Turn off your mic. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague is misleading the whole House and trying to make us believe that the MPP government is insinuating that one district, one factory and stimulus package are the same thing. Nowhere, Mr. Speaker, in our narrative are we stated that one district, one factory and stimulus package are the same. Indeed, he is a ranking member on the Committee for Trade, Industry and Tourism. And for nothing at all, he is aware. He knows what stimulus package stands for and what 1 stands for. If he's not trying to just couch things in his own words, then I want him to withdraw that part of his statement and move on, because he's not being genuine. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we can check the record. Even the president in one of the State of the Nations in 2020 made that point. That at that point, it was important to know that, giving stimulus package, if they are going to create jobs, it doesn't matter. And that is on record. In the State of the Nation for 2020, you can quote it. But Mr. Speaker, let me move on. Mr. Speaker, I talked about their focus on three very important things. Their focus, the Speaker, in paragraph 749 of this budget, it talks about the government strategic anchor industries initiative comprising Ghana automobile development, garment textiles, and pharmaceuticals. And Mr. Speaker, you see that when they were talking about the automobile industry, that we were overly focused on foreign companies like Suzuki, Nissan, Toyota, and others. We should be asking the question, what is our focus with these manufacturing critical Ghanaian companies like Antanka? What is the state of Swami Magazine? What is the state of Coco Bay? What is the state of Abosokai? Mr. Speaker, we can only build a strong manufacturing base as a country if we strengthen these Ghanaian companies. Mr. Speaker, we've been talking a lot about the African Continental Free Trade and our preparation. And in this budget, in paragraph 763, it talks about how we've identified 180 companies to assist and all that. Mr. Speaker, how is our preparation? We just imposed a benchmark values to reinstate it, and we know, for example, that companies that import products in the country, for example, like sugar, we ask the question. Thanks to you, we have basically made sure Commander never took off. Commander Sugar Factory. So who is going to import sugar into Ghana? Mr. Speaker, how are we going to compete with African countries, our neighbors, in the African Continental Free Trade, when all we are doing is putting these companies on their knees? No company can create jobs, Mr. Speaker, but that is where we are. Mr. Speaker, in the textiles industry, guess what? A finding by a group recently led by Bruce Amate from Takoradi Technical University has identified the following: an excessive influx of textile products from foreign companies, exorbitant utility costs.
Can you give me a minute?
Oh, please.
Alternative interpretations. We have alternative speakers. When you speak, you respond to that. So please, I will not permit intervention unless there's a factual error. What he's saying is an interpretation, which he may be wrong, but you have the opportunity, you make your own correct interpretation. Please, you have, yes, you have 1 more minute.
15. Okay. Mr. Speaker, he talks about the challenges that the textile and garment industry are facing. And we have the issues of foreign traders invading our market, the issue of utility cost, intellectual dishonesty on the part of foreign products, obsolete technology, and a whole lot of issues that are affecting the textile industry. In this budget, what are the steps are we taking to strengthen our textile industry? Mr. Speaker, there are no answers. But Mr. Speaker, this government has been talking a lot about grandiose ideas about industrialization. What they failed to address has to do with the issue of how these industries will function. In paragraph 815, this government was talking about power additions, Mr. Speaker, and all those power projects they talk about, whether it's Amandi, whether it's early power, were all legacies of the NDC. I challenge this government to tell me one initiative on a power project that they can point to. I challenge you, Mr. Speaker, but it goes more. In paragraph 815, the NPP government shamefully.
I remember wind up.
I'm winding up, Mr. Speaker. Shamefully, Mr. Speaker, 5 minutes more, 15 minutes. I'm a ranking member. 50.
The first person who spoke here had 15 minutes. You have 10 minutes. This is your 12 minutes.
Oh, explain to you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, he sought permission as the ranking member for trade and industry to speak before the next person on energy speak. The second person who should have 10 minutes on energy is Honorable Edward Bauer. But Honorable Amabua yesterday and today sought permission that he has issues to go and sort out at the hospital. And therefore, we should have brought him earlier. He has appointment at 1:30. That is the application the Honorable Deputy Leader made. So he has 15 minutes.
Nobody, you haven't told me that. I know energy. Anyway.
Mr. Speaker, you are right. The Deputy Leader should have signified one.
Mr. Speaker, knowing how fair you are, if you knew it, you wouldn't have raised that issue. Mr. Speaker, on paragraph 815, this MPP government shamefully states that they are still committed to private sector participation of the electricity distribution market. Really? Mr. Speaker, don't let us forget that it was the NDC government that negotiated $500 million to come and strengthen the distribution center with ECG, to increase access to electricity, to ensure efficiency of the ECG, and to enhance profitability. What happened? What happened is that, let us remind you, what happened is that, Mr. Speaker, they altered the agreement with MIDA, brought their cronies. Please, let me speak, it's on record. Mr. Speaker, and then we have PDS. Okay, I will draw it, Mr. Speaker. I will draw cronies. I will draw it because I want to go. Mr. Speaker, we ended up to have PDS. And guess what? A critical part of that agreement, which was making sure the right guarantee was in place, was not. As a result, the United States government terminated the agreement and took away almost $200 million facts. Today you are committed to private sector participation. Don't forget, 6,000 employees were at stake. Mr. Speaker, let me add my voice to the point that has been made here. We never approved the ACE agreement in this house, that they should go and negotiate 1.2. They brought a request, a policy approval.
I remember, hold on, we are on 14th minute. Switch off your mic so that the time stops running. Your mic. Yes.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. It's a palpable falsehood for my learned colleague on the other side to suggest that government changed. It's not learned. Well, my colleague on the other side to suggest that government changed the players in the ECG transaction. All the companies that were shortlisted were done under the NDC. No changes were introduced by the MPP government at all. It was only the shareholding percentage of the foreign component and the local component that was changed. Beyond that, all the players from BXC to the French company and PDS were all participants from the very beginning of the transaction under their watch.
Take Mr. Speaker. Very well. Your point. The honourable member take note of that. If you
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The point is that we lost $200 million.
That is not the fact. The fact is that you misrepresented.
But Mr. Speaker, should I have 2 minutes? Let me finish. Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 756 of the 2021 budget, it was stated that renegotiations of PPAs with Senate, Energy, and AXA were almost complete. In this 2022 budget, it states that renegotiation of PPAs continues. Mr. Speaker, do you recall Honorable Ajaku, the Energy Minister, having told us that they have saved over $1 billion in PPA renegotiations? 6 years on, we are still renegotiating. When will the so-called PPA renegotiation and all whatever we are going to get be ready? We are sick and tired of it. Bring it on. Mr. Speaker, but more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the point must be made again. This is the government that brought, the NDC government, that brought Ghana into the energy, gas era after we had done all we had to do. But Mr. Speaker, what happened? Look at the upstream sector today. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I humbly submit that the overwhelming introduction of new taxes, in addition to the already difficult taxes, makes this budget very difficult to accept. Colleagues who have already spoken as time by them in saying that the yield levies will add additional burden to the people of Ghana.
All right, thank you. Honorable Samuel Abujinapo, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I rise to contribute to the debate on the motion captured under item 10 at page 7 of today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, the budget and economic policy before this House clearly seeks to take the country on the path to sustainable development, fiscal consolidation, and job creation. But Mr. Speaker, from the very outset, may I refer the House to page 102, paragraph 427 of the budget, where, Mr. Speaker, the President, through his Minister for Finance, is seeking to establish in our country an alternative livelihood program for illegal miners. Mr. Speaker, we are all very familiar with the issues relating to mining and its impact on jobs and livelihoods. This indeed is a bold intervention by the President to resolve the issues of unemployment arising out of the efforts of the government to sanitize the small-scale mining industry. But Mr. Speaker, if that were to work, we must have a strong economy. And Mr. Speaker, the budget and economic policy of the government must necessarily be discussed and debated in the context of the current global economic situation. And Mr. Speaker, if I may refer the House to the Guardian publication of 12 February 2021, Mr. Speaker, where the Guardian newspaper, in speaking to the situation of the global economy, says, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, the Office for the National Statistics said gross domestic product fell by 9.9% in 2020, as no sector of the economy was left unscathed by lockdowns and plummeting demand during the pandemic. It was the biggest fall in the United Kingdom in GDP since the frost of 1709, end quote. Mr. Speaker, the Guardian newspaper goes ahead to give some statistics which is very revealing. Mr. Speaker, for instance, they say that the G7 countries, for example, GDP fell by 3.5% in the United States, 5% in Germany, 8.3% in France, 8.9% in Italy, 5% in Canada, 5.6% in Japan. Mr. Speaker, this tells us clearly that this budget must be debated in the context of what is happening in the world. The global economic crisis, which is arisen out of the pandemic, is real, and with the greatest of respect, Ghana is not an island, and Ghana cannot be an exception, which is why this budget seeks to engineer the necessary recovery and give hope to the youth of our country. Mr. Speaker, further, the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, the Right Honourable Gordon Brown, in writing in his book, particularly at page 79, paragraph 2, Mr. Speaker, had this to say about the global economy, and I quote, "World economic activity in 2020 was around 6.5% less than it would have been had there not been a pandemic. Instead of the global economy growing by 3%, as expected, it shrunk by 3.5% in the biggest annual contraction since the Second World War. In the biggest economies alone, the IMF predicts further job losses of 25 million in 2021 and 20 million in 2022, end quote. Mr. Speaker, I give all these statistics to establish the point that this budget statement and economic policy presented to this House by President Akufo-Addo seeks to give solutions in dealing with the Ghanaian peculiar situation which has arisen out of the COVID-19 pandemic. And in all parts of this budget and on all accounts, this budget clearly, if this House were to support it, will indeed offer the Ghanaian people this recovery and unleash the jobs for the youth and prosperity for the good people of this country. Mr. Speaker, already, out of the efforts of President Akufo-Addo, the economy is recovering. The economy is recovering. Mr. Speaker, just 2 days ago, specifically on Monday, 22nd November 2021, the Bank of Ghana reported in its updated Composite Index Economic Activity that annual growth rate in September 2021 was 11.2% compared to 10.8% in 2020 and 4.2% in 2019, a sign of a sustained recovery from the global pandemic. Mr. Speaker, that is a clear indication that the measures being taken by President Akufo-Addo and his government is leading to recovery of the national economy. And I call on this House to support this budget, and I call on the country to support this budget. I call on the youth of this country to support this budget, because this budget, Mr. Speaker, this Ajinkwa budget is the budget that will pull this country out of the doldrums. Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of debate in this House. There's been a lot of political scoring and propaganda in this House. But Mr. Speaker, let me put before the House just one statistic, and this is not my statistic. This is statistics from the Ghana Statistical Service. Mr. Speaker, and to appreciate these data, I refer the House to page 32 of the budget before us, figure 1. And there, Mr. Speaker, you will find that in 2014, GDP growth was 2.9%. In 2015, it was 2.1%. In 2016, it was 3.4%, which is the best. Mr. Speaker, today, in spite of all the difficulties our national economy has undergone, in spite of the disruption in global supply chain, in spite of the fact that even developed industrialized countries are struggling, today in 2021, the GDP growth as of today stands at 3.5%. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, there was no pandemic, there was no crisis. In 2015, there was no pandemic, there was no crisis. In 2016, there was no pandemic, there was no crisis. And yet, the best GDP growth our opponents called in 2016, which is 3.4%, today in 2021, with a pandemic, with a global economic crunch, we are growing at 3.5%. Our worst was their best. Mr. Speaker, that is the data. I don't pretend to be an economist. I don't pretend to be a financial expert. But these are the facts. The best GDP growth by the John Mahama administration was in 2016. It stood at 3.4% GDP growth. Mr. Speaker, these are Bank of Ghana figures. Nobody has contested it, and it's uncontestable. The best GDP growth in the 4 years of President Mahama's administration was 3.4%. The GDP growth of 2021 in the midst of COVID is 3.5%. And the point I make, Mr. Speaker, is that even with COVID, we are doing far better than them when they did not have a crisis on their hands. Mr. Speaker, if I may, without a crisis, Without a crisis on their hands, they managed our economy and took us to IMF. And we had a freeze on public recruitment. Mr. Speaker, without a pandemic, they took us into unemployment situation which occasioned a national graduate unemployment association. Mr. Speaker, without a pandemic, our friends from the other side plunged this country into 4 years of doomsday. That is what happened under their watch. Mr. Speaker, even on deficit, and again, I'm not an economist, but these are the figures. Even on deficit, I'm not an economist, I'm not a financial expert, but the Bank of Ghana and the Ghana Statistical Service has given us all figures to appreciate. Mr. Speaker, with all the expenditure that President Akufo-Addo and his government embarked upon, free electricity, free water, free food pass, free SHS, allowances for frontline health workers. Mr. Speaker, in spite of all those expenses, Mr. Speaker, and these statistics are very revealing. It's important that we pay attention to them, Mr. Speaker. In spite of all of them, the deficit for President Akufo-Addo stood at 11.7% of GDP. That's a fact. 11.7% of GDP is captured in the budget, and I can refer you to the specific provisions of the budget, which puts the deficit at 11.7%. Mr. Speaker, now let us pay attention to their deficit. The budget of 2014, the budget of 2015, the budget of 2016. These statistics are captured in those budgets. Mr. Speaker, in 2012, the budget stood at 12.2% of GDP. In 2013, it stood at 11.7% of GDP. In 2014, it stood at 11.9% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, and these statistics are captured in their own budget, so I don't know why they are worried about it. Mr. Speaker, so the point is that, the point I make
Honourable Minister, please hold on. Switch off your mic, please. Yes.
Very Honourable Speaker, the Honourable John Abdullahi Jinapor has a point of order on a case that is being made by Abdullahi Jinapor. So I wanted to draw your attention to it on the fact that it was put out.
Honourable Sam Jata George. The next time you do that, I'll have you thrown out. The man is sitting right next to you. If he has a point of order, he will rise. When you rise, it means that you have a point of order. Yes, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, let me conclude on the data by again just giving them one final statistic. Mr. Speaker, before COVID hit, the first quarter of 2020, the GDP growth of our country was 7%. I'm not sure anybody is contesting that. That 7% GDP growth, in the 4 years of President Mohammed's administration, you could not even achieve a 5% GDP growth. So where is the contest? Where is the competition? Mr. Speaker, it is clear that where we find ourselves as a country, the difficulties the Ghanaian people are going through as a result of COVID-19, and all the challenges that the Ghanaian people are going through, we require competent, visionary, far-sighted, digital managers of the national economy. That is what we require. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, a careful examination of this budget will reveal that the components of the budget seek to respond to the needs and aspirations of the Ghanaian people. And Mr. Speaker, one of this budget, which for me I want to pay attention to, is that today in our country, arising out of years of inaction and action, commission and omissions, we have a youth unemployment situation. And every young man or woman who is listening to me, you always require your government and your state to back you in times of difficulty. You always require your country to stand by you in times of difficulty. Mr. Speaker, in addition to all the interventions that President Akufo-Addo has unleashed, NAPCO, planting for food and jobs, all the intervention, one district, one factory, which is contributed to creating employment for the Ghanaian people. The Youth Start intervention, Mr. Speaker, the Youth Start intervention clearly demonstrates that President Akufo-Addo and his government have a plan to resolve the unemployment situation in our country. What President Akufo-Addo is telling the youth of this country, the young men and women, you start. You just start something. Whatever idea you have, get on with it. If you want to build a business, start. If you want to get into IT, you start. If you want to get into agriculture, you start. Government this year, in this budget, in 2022, is going to make provision of 1 billion Ghana cedi as counterpart funding, source funding from World Bank, source funding from the commercial banks, and we are going to give the youth of this country a pool of resources so that you can build yourself, create your own enterprises, create your businesses, create your jobs, and unleash prosperity for the youth of this country. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that responds clearly to the situation of youth unemployment in our country. Mr. Speaker, education is a very important component of every nation's life. And indeed, under the free SHS policy, President Akufo-Addo and his government, already we have put 1.2 million Ghanaians in school. And today, we are going to make TVET part of free senior high school. And we are going to absorb whatever costs there are. And in the 2022 budget, Mr. Speaker, I refer to Appendix 4A, page 246 of the budget. The government is committed to commit 2.3 billion Ghana cedis on free SHS alone. This is the government that is investing in the youth of our country. This is a government that is investing in the human capital of our country, and it is the only way we can bring about prosperity and transformation in our country. Mr. Speaker, this budget responds to the needs of the mining sector. For many years, there was a withholding tax of 3% on mines, small-scale mining. There were a lot of agitations, and arising out of stakeholder consultation, the government has reduced the 3% to 1.5% on unprocessed gold. It means that moving forward, if small-scale miners export gold out of the Precious Minerals Company Limited, they will pay zero tax. Mr. Speaker, that is good news for us. Mr. Speaker, we are digitizing the records of the Lands Commission, and this is going to be a golden era for the Lands and Natural Resources Ministry. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by stating that this budget clearly is laying the building blocks for a recovery. This budget is laying the building blocks of hope. This budget is laying the building blocks to satisfy the aspirations of the Ghanaian people, particularly the youth of this country. Mr. Speaker, this budget is clearly going to build an entrepreneurial nation for our country. Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian people, President Akufo-Addo and his government are the first people to admit that arising out of the pandemic, we have challenges and we have difficulties. But what is important in times of challenges, Mr. Speaker, what is important in times of challenges is when Thomas Hobbes, as far back as 1651, in his book, Leviathan, and John Locke, as far back as 1690, in his book, The Two Treatises of Government, that government responds to its part of the social contract. And President Akufo-Addo and his government are going to respond to their part of the social contract. Mr. Speaker, our opponents on all indices, whether it is a matter of the economy, they grew the economy in the worst manner than any other government in the Fourth Republic. Mr. Speaker, whether it's on healthcare, they scrapped nursing training allowances. Mr. Speaker, whether it's on agriculture grew by negative 1.7%. Mr. Speaker, therefore, let me conclude by saying that this budget is the budget of hope. This budget is a budget of forward march. This is a game changer. This is an agenda budget. This is a budget that is going to unleash prosperity. And I call on the House to support this budget of progress and prosperity. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Edward Bauer. I called on Edward Bauer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
To contribute to the motion that this House approves the budget statement and the economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2022. And in doing that, I could not help but observe that a cabinet minister responsible for lands and natural resources could obviously run away from his sector. Because obviously he knew that he needed to help in saving the Nanado's government because they are really on the ground. Mr. Speaker, it is also important, just as a matter of preliminary comment, that the debate as to whether we approved, this House approved the policy to have ACE offload some of his shares to GNPC or not. My excitement is that the petroleum agreement will come to this House. Sure. The loan agreement that will fund that activity will come to this House. And we are all waiting. Thanks be to God, that policy document alone, you can't use that to effect anything substantial in this House. So if you say this is what we approved, we are waiting for you to come back again. Now, Mr. Speaker,
And we shall see when they come back.
and we shall see actually. But Mr. Speaker, if you observed, before November 17th, when the budget was read in this House, if you monitored every conversation in the public space, whether it was beer bars, whether it was trotros, whether it was in the radio stations, one factor dominated all the conversations. It had to do with fuel prices. And it is because of the fact that fuel prices have a cascading effect on all other items, be it food items, be it building materials, be it education, be it health. But unfortunately, what we had was that the minister took time to molest us for 4 hours with torture, with promises of increasing taxes. And there were a lot of people who had BP just because they knew that their expenditure pattern was going to increase as a result of this tax. But was convenient enough to have avoided the issue, the topical issue that Ghanaians were interested in seeing them talk about. Mr. Speaker, if you today you sit down and you ask yourself, if you were to go to the pump station and you are going to buy fuel, what are the factors that affect the final price you pay for the product? Of course, we all agree the prices of crude in the international market. That is very true. We also do know that taxes and levies are also part of it. We know that exchange rate is part of it. We know that margins, both distributors' margins and the statutory margins, are also part of it. Out of all these factors, government, yes, may not have control over the crude prices on the international market. Government has no control over what they call the distributors' margin, because that's private sector. But government has control over taxes and levies, and government has control over statutory margins. And so the expectation was that government would have looked at these factors in these times when Ghanaians were suffering to find a way of intervening in the lives of these people. But government decided to do otherwise. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, let me just state the number of taxes we have and why, as a country, we can do without some of them. Because already we are paying for that in other areas. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the taxes and statutory margins, we have special petroleum tax, which is 46 pesos per liter. We have energy debt recovery levy, which is 49 pesos per liter. We have road fund levy, which is 48 pesos per liter. We have energy fund levy, which is 1 peso per liter. We have price stabilization and recovery levy, which is 16 pesos per liter. We have sanitation and pollution, which is 10 pesos per liter. We have energy sector recovery levy, which is 20 pesos per liter. We have primary distribution margin, which is 11 pesos per liter. We have Unified Petroleum Price Fund, which is 30 pesos per liter. We have fuel market margin, which is 8 pesos per liter. And we have the boss margin, which is 9 pesos per liter.
Mr. Speaker, in all these taxes, we are convinced that there are some taxes that we can do without. For example, the sanitation pollution tax, and I'll explain to you why. Every country, every village, every cottage, every hamlet in Ghana falls under either a district, a municipality, or maybe a metropolitan assembly. If you go and look at the description that accompanies the DAC of the District Assembly's Common Fund,
hold on, colleagues, having regards to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. Please continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If you look at all these various towns, we all fall under either a district, a municipal, or a metropolitan assembly. Every assembly is charged 80,000 Ghana cedis per quarter for fumigation. Every assembly is charged 40,000 Ghana cedis for sanitation implementation program, which means that all of us pay already for our sanitation. Then government goes ahead to again charge us 10 pesos per liter for what they describe as sanitation and pollution. This is obviously a particular tax that we can do without, and the service will still be rendered,
especially in these times.
2, Mr. Speaker, the special petroleum tax was introduced at the time when the price of crude had collapsed, and when our FPSO had challenges. Indeed, if you look at the 2014 budget, the target was that we were anticipating that crude oil would have been about $54 per barrel, and that we're going to be producing at least 100,000 barrels per barrel. The truth of the matter is that prices of crude collapsed to about $25 per barrel. And again, you had, in terms of our production, because of the challenge with the FPSO, the production level was 2 factors conspired and made sure that our petroleum revenues also had a shortfall. And that was why the special petroleum tax was brought to Parliament as a way of blocking that particular gap that was created. It was supposed to end in 2017 because there was a sunset clause to it. Unfortunately, this current government came back and in 2017 decided to reintroduce it and make it a fixed tax. Today, as we speak, crude oil prices are around $90 per barrel. If you look, we are no longer producing from one field. We are producing from 3 fields. So in terms of revenue, in terms of petroleum revenues, we are having very high levels. Why would you still be keeping SPT on the terms of the price builder? Why? And that is why, you see, Mr. Speaker, me, I'm a Christian, and Mr. Speaker knows that we are both Catholics. Yes. It reminds me of the biblical story. You know, Luke 19:1-10 talks about. Talks about Jesus Christ when he was traveling from Jericho. Then when he was coming, there was a lot of crowd. Everybody was running around. Then, luckily enough, there was this tax collector by name Zacchaeus.
He was short. He was not blessed with eyes.
Zacchaeus
was a short man.
Was known to be a very wealthy man. Of course, it is also very true that he was, in terms of height, he was a bit challenged. But when Jesus Christ, so because of that, he ran and went into a tree and was on top of the tree to be able to have a glimpse of Jesus Christ. And Jesus Christ, knowing very well that this gentleman was a bit challenged in terms of height, told him that he should calm down. People started murmuring and saying that, why would Jesus Christ be fraternizing with a sinner? And Jesus Christ spoke and then finally said, today I was house. But this is what Zacchaeus said. That's chapter 8. But Zacchaeus stood up and said to the Lord, look, Lord, here and now I give half of my possessions to the poor. And if I have cheated anybody out of anything, I will pay back 4 times the amount. We are not for a moment saying that President Akufo-Addo should pay back what he has taken from us in terms of the sanitation and the, the SPT. All we are saying, there must be an immediate cessation of those charges to be able to ensure that at least Ghanaians have some level of respect. Mr. Speaker, my next point I want to talk about Mr. Speaker, has to do with this whole idea that the government has decided that all our IPPs, that are generating plants, we are going to convert them into tolling plants. The arrangement is that the state will provide natural gas to what we call it, power plants for them to generate. In the event that government is not able to provide the natural gas, government will be paying for idle capacity. If that is the case, the question, and in fact, the reason they give for that in the budget is that they want to see how they can make sure that tariffs do not go high. That is the argument they are making. What is so sad is the fact that in that same budget, government has not demonstrated how they are going to fund the natural gas. Because in any case, the PPEs, when they supply power to ECG, they will net off the cost of the gas. The government has not told us how the gas will be paid for. So what we are going to have is that we are going to have GNGC, that's the Ghana National Gas Company, not being able to pay GNPC. GNPC, unfortunately, will not also be able to put the sales of the raw gas in the petroleum holding funds.
Member, you
that
have
is why
your time by 1 minute. Can you wind up?
Now, sit down. Conclude.
I'm saying wind up. You're not taking part in the debate, are you? Are you taking part in the debate? You're not. Very well. I'll still reserve the time for you to wind up, so you may make your point.
Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague alleges, when he knows that it is untrue, that the fuel that are given to IPPs, we have not indicated how it's going to be paid to GNPC, and that GNGC cannot pay GNPC. That is a factually incorrect statement. Yes, when you know about the gas clearinghouse. So, Mr. Speaker, if he's making a statement, no IPP or GNPC has not come to complain to him, and he's a member of the Energy Committee. In fact, Mr. Speaker, he was a member of the government that introduced the special petroleum tax. Mr. Speaker, now if he's telling us that he doesn't know how GNPC is paid, I'm stunned to make a statement in this chamber and say that GNGC cannot pay GNPC. At least stick to the truth in this matter, because it matters. Because you just quoted the Bible.
Honorable, how will the GNPC pay Ghana gas? I thought that was the answer you were going to
say. He said, the answer I've provided is that he said GNGC has no way of paying Ghana gas. And I said he knows that there's a gas clearinghouse. There's a gas clearinghouse where the debts are settled. So to say, when he's quoting, immediately after quoting the Bible, as a PRO of the Energy Ministry before, he knows what he's saying, and he's being diabolical. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honorable. Kindly conclude.
Mr. Speaker, my indication was that the budget has not provided any means in paying this. That's what I said. But Mr. Speaker, my point I just want to make is that if you look at the way we run our energy sector, we seem to be trying to create a problem, knowing very well that in 2024 we will lose elections. And therefore, on the basis of that, you will bequeath to the next government challenges that are bigger than we have them today. Because as we speak today, we do not know the total indebtedness of the energy sector, because government has refused to be transparent in that. Government consistently talks about charges they pay in terms of capacity charges. We have not seen a single document that seems to suggest that this is the amount of money they are paying to retire those debts. That is why I indicate that if you look at all this and you listen to Ghanaians, And again, you even listen to some members of the New Patriotic Party. We have no option than to totally reject this budget, because this is very inimical to the progress of Ghanaians.
Thank you.
It is obnoxious and it is injurious to the well-being of the Ghanaians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Before Mr. Speaker, we'll go to Honorable Dr. Ayo Afriye.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the motion on the floor, and in doing so, I wish to first of all say that with regards to the health sector, the various provisions in the budget is grounded on sound health system principles. Mr. Speaker, health system principles are actually in the whole world based upon 6 pillars. So all decisions may imply along a pillar. And if you look at the budget, you see that governance is clear with new policies. But my particular interest will be in the area of healthcare financing, health service delivery, and then also the new ways to go. Yes, one of them is in the area of health information management systems. Yes, I will credit my friends on the other side. 2015, they piloted the electronic medical record in Cape Coast. And a very responsible government of the MPP. Yes, the minister, a good job done, and the government. You actually scaled up. You did not sack the businessman. You actually said, for what you have done in the health sector, we don't do politics. So really, if you have to scale it up, we will not read in between the lines, and you have to continue to do it. So actually, I will give kudos to all the sides, and then I will say that there is progress. So what it means is that very soon, you will not need folders. If you are in Kolebu and they have to refer your files to a Fidiase hospital, just a button click, it will be in the Fidiase, and all these paper systems will fade out. It's been rolled up in phases, and this is a very good thing in the budget I want to comment on. Mr. Speaker, then also we'll go to the issue of access to essential medicines. Yes, the zip line that was opposed by my friends on the other side was vehemently opposed. Indeed, during this pandemic, it's helped. The zip lines have helped in supplying essential medicines and even vaccines to areas that are difficult to access. I'm sure in future, when there are other new policies in the health sector, our friends would come along and not actually oppose it. Mr. Speaker, the central medical stores, yes, mysteriously was gutted with fire in 2015, but actually this budget is captured to do it, and that will also make availability of medicines for the society, which is very good. Mr. Speaker, in terms of healthcare financing, we are looking at service delivery, Agenda 111.
Mr. Speaker, to take the chair.
Okay, Agenda 111. Health service delivery and healthcare financing. The legacy of COVID would be visible physical structures for posterity, where we are going to have 111 or 101 district hospitals, 7 regional hospitals, and 3 psychiatry hospitals. Mr. Speaker, the question will be, how do we finance these projects? In the midst of COVID, government cut down a lot of spending. Free water, free electricity, frontline workers, 50% addition to your salaries, income tax was suspended for 6 months, and then free testing. Mr. Speaker, this has contributed to a lot of debt burden with regards to the contribution by health, and close to about 4.5 billion, say about 5 billion. And then you also want to go and build new hospitals that will cost you almost about 1.8 billion. So we are talking about healthcare financing. Now, so what appear to be health crisis eventually is linked to the economic crisis because of lockdown. So essentially, I can't speak about health without getting into the economy, and how the economy gets better, the health sector also gets better, and we can be able to move forward. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the financing, indeed, the only options left is, are we going to borrow at 71% debt to GDP, plus bailout is about 77. So we're talking about the financial sector clearance, the mess that has to be cleared up. And then also the take or pay, the IPP, all these bailouts. So that will take debt on GDP to 2 ratios. It's either with or without this. So it's either hanging between 71 to 77%. So are we going to borrow 2.8 billion to be able to take care of all health sector projects? We can't. Are we also going to print money? We can't do quantitative easing. Your system cannot survive this. Unlike the US that can print and are doing 1.8 trillion and giving money here and there. There will be spillover effect, demand pull inflation. And there's no way we can support this thing, so we don't have the luxury. Now, the limitation here will be going by the NDC manifesto. Now, the NDC manifesto 8, they said, the new NDC government in 2009, we will not introduce new taxes. Instead, we shall seek to improve the tax revenue by introducing reforms in tax administration by shifting from enhanced direct taxes to indirect taxation. Unfortunately for 2009, when the NDC came, 1,000% increase in road toll was the first one I remember. 1,000%. They had said initially that we're not going to increase taxes. But the first one was that, well, we got in there, we realized that we had to increase it. So they did. That was not the only one. Now, my friend Edward Bauer, on the other side, the honorable member, he was cataloging a couple of taxes that actually have been added on. I can catalog 11 taxes that were removed actually by the MPP in 2017. That were all introduced by the NDC. This notwithstanding, the MPP government in 2017 reviewed some of the taxes like national identification from 5% to 3%, and a couple of them. So if we're talking about tax burden, then I would say the Social Democrats of the NDC actually added more taxes than the MPP. But this is the way to go. They realized that walking the talk, talking is different from when you get in there. So we got to change. We supported them. We have to be careful with the over-politicization of taxation, because one day it may come to hand some people, and we would want to come from this direction. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, the way to go is digital taxation. Like it or not. COVID has come, a lot of things are virtual, everything is virtual. So according to the Africa Tax Administrators Forum, in their meetings, for us to be able to tax or make revenue, is for countries to look at a few things. Mobile money, electronic transaction. Of that meeting, 10 countries agreed, of which Ghana is a part, to be able to tax Ghana, Egypt, Nigeria, Cameroon, South Africa, Kenya, Mauritius, and the rest of them. Mr. Speaker, it's not as if their tax to GDP ratio is better. Let me talk about South Africa. South Africa wants to introduce taxation like this, and they are actually having tax to GDP at 29.1%, which means that if they even dare to increase it by 0.5, they are tapering into 30%. Mr. Speaker, talk about Kenya. Kenya is also proposing, those who are following what's happening in Kenya, they're actually going to also introduce this. Their tax to GDP is 15.9%. If they even add 0.1, they are tapering over 16. Ghana is there about 12.2%. So if we don't tax this area, in the past we had gold, and the white man came here to Gold Coast. You had timber, that's fine. You had cocoa, that was fine. You had oil, that was fine. If this is the new direction, why would you want to impede this with a political motive? it doesn't make understanding to some of us. Mr. Speaker, we cannot take health out of economy, because if the economy don't get better, we cannot finance the Agenda 111. And that is why I'm very passionate about this, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, if you look, like I said, as we walk through the valley of shadow of digitization, we are not alone. I mentioned those countries. There are other countries that are actually implementing it. Mr. Speaker, I tend to say, and as I say, I want it to be fact-checked as I speak. Mr. Speaker, before COVID, Malaysia was doing 6% digital tax. Before COVID, Russia was doing 18% in 2016, and they are now doing 20%. Before COVID, Norway was doing 25% digital taxes. Mr. Speaker, it's not as if their tax to GDP is on the low. It's actually on the high. As a matter of fact, Denmark has one of the highest tax to GDP ratios, 46%. Yet, they have implemented a digital taxation. And Mr. Speaker, this is the way we also have to go. Mr. Speaker, Indonesia has added the digital tax, that is 10%. And their objective by 2025 is to raise $135 billion. Mr. Speaker, if you look at India has done 2% in February. In May, France announced that by December they are starting a new taxation, which is digital taxation. Mr. Speaker, like I said, New Zealand is doing 15% already. It is not as if people wanted to do this taxation. If it was going to come, it will come on their own. But because of COVID, we have no option than to be able to rake in some money. And our budget or our economy is service-driven. It is services-driven. And we don't have any option to that effect. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the paradox, the US is actually investigating a few countries that are actually targeting few products like Apple, Facebook, to tax them. The UK is part, Austria is part, Kenya and the rest. And this is targeted. So it actually means that we have a more more tax net to actually rope in some more groups into this to make some more money. Mr. Speaker, how on earth can Facebook make in 2020 89.6 and then Uber made 11 billion and the rest of them? Ghana only was looking for 100 billion. We had to even go and borrow. A company in the US made this money. And we are talking about how to be able to use electronic means in future to tax a little bit of them. And somebody is saying that repatriating funds to abroad is okay. Containing yours is a problem. This is a difficulty for any of us to understand. Mr. Speaker, I'll continue. We need to get the opposition or even civil society groups to understand. Let us hold government accountable. You're going to take X amount of money. We need more roads. We need more hospitals. We need you to be able to strengthen people who have the content in mind to be able to have digital products. For instance, Netflix. You have to have your Ghana version. We need to be able to get young boys who are gifted to be able to develop products that we can utilize and keep our money. In Nigeria, they have modified their company income tax, whereby companies that are already paying corporate taxes and the rest of them are going to pay electronic transaction, because between January to March they realize that their money depreciates so much because of repatriation of the dollars out of their country. So even them, they are going to introduce electronic transaction only for foreign companies, and therefore there's nothing wrong in future if Ghana would also say that in spite of all the taxes they pay, taking all this money away with all the city that falls between January to March. Can't we see? It's either towards September to December, city is falling, or January to March, city is falling. The multinational companies contribute to this a lot, to the hardships that myself and you face. You may have a debt of about $2 million. In city terms, could be 4 to 8 Ghana. Just within January to March, it will become maybe 10 Ghana. Just because of some few people sending their money away. And if we're going to tax them for that, somebody says that you can't do that. No. Mr. Speaker, like I said, as we walk through the valley of shadow of digitization, we will fear no evil. We must support government to get this done, because this is the way we can help to walk ourselves through this crisis, full of uncertainties. The US is adding children to vaccination. Some countries are having another wave. You don't even know what is going to happen, and you don't want to prepare yourself to make some funds avec level. So how would you contain this? Are we, because of politics, waiting for the worst to happen? Is that what politics is about? It's only about power. So let us live, and the rest of them should die. That should not be the way. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, there is going to be a new vaccine institute. And the new vaccine institute is developing a policy. But the exciting thing in the budget is it's going to be taken care of by the private sector. And I think it's a novelty, because Gavi Alliance is leaving. Like it or not, 2027, Gavi is gone. They even take about 70% of your budget and support you, so that you take financing of 30%. They are going. So what are we going to do as a country? And that is where you comment the 5 eyes of the president. He's been able to see now, see in between, and see that the next 5 years would need to get vaccine production, not only for COVID, but for our own consumption.
Honorable member, I think I've been generous enough. Just added you about another minute, So your time is over long ago.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Thank you very much. You are considerate.
Very, very considerate.
Yes, oh, you are. After Mr. Speaker is a very considerate person and a former health minister. Actually, his father is number 2. So, Speaker, I will sit down graciously and I will say that as we walk through the valley of shadow of digitization, we should not fear evil. Thank you very much, Mr.
Honorable members, I have a request, but I want to plead that we finish with the topic on health, and then we can now vary the business and take some very urgent matter. Yes, Honorable Minister for Health, it's not yet your turn. I think I will have to listen to the other side. I think it's the turn of Honorable Kwabena Menta Akando.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to motion item I 10 on today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, I want to start with issues on COVID. Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that as a country we have failed to vaccinate our people on time to meet the herd immunity. Mr. Speaker, I say so because the government presented to us a plan, a vaccination plan, and this document is titled COVID-19 Vaccination Deployment and Vaccination Plan. Mr. Speaker, according to this document, on page 29, we were supposed to have vaccinated about 1.5 million people between April to June 2021. Mr. Speaker, again, from June to August, we were supposed to have vaccinated about 6.3 million. Mr. Speaker, between September to October, we should have vaccinated about 9.5 million people. Mr. Speaker, by this time, we should have vaccinated not less than 17 million people. Mr. Speaker, ironically, if you refer to the 2022 budget on paragraph 1028, Mr. Speaker, we have vaccinated only 2.5 million. Oh. Mr. Speaker, per their own marking scheme, 2.5 divided by 17 is an obvious fail. Mr. Speaker, the excuse used to be the non-availability of the vaccine. Mr. Speaker, per their own budget, Mr. Speaker, table 28, page 203, Mr. Speaker, they are telling us that now they have taken, deliveries of more buses in this country. Mr. Speaker, are we waiting till these buses expire and throw them away? The cheapest thing to do, Mr. Speaker, at this point in time is to expedite action on the vaccination in this country. Mr. Speaker, after waiting so long for freebies and getting more than about 8.4 million doses of vaccines, the cheapest thing to do here, Mr. Speaker, is to expedite action on vaccination in this country. Again, Mr. Speaker, a very relevant information is missing here. As members of Parliament, we need this information to help us to, perform our oversight responsibility well. Mr. Speaker, yes, the total number of vaccines that has been received has been quoted in table 29. But what is missing out of the 8.4 million is, out of the 8.4 million doses, how many did we receive as donations? And how many did we buy? And the processes leading to the purchase is very important, Mr. Speaker. We should take in mind. Mr. Speaker, that information is relevant. We have hidden behind COVID and we have spent in excess of 15 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, and the core issues as far as COVID is concerned has been left unattended to. Mr. Speaker, irrespective of the fact that we have spent in excess of 15 billion, frontline health workers, as I speak to you now, have not been paid their allowances, some of them. Mr. Speaker, just some few kilometers from here, go to Kolebu, irregular supply of oxygen. Where did this money go? Mr. Speaker, that is why I agree that there must be a whole investigation, a whole probe into the entire expenditure of COVID. Mr. Speaker, and let me serve notice that during the estimates at the committee level, we will insist on the details of the COVID expenditure. Mr. Speaker, again, the Mahama administration left and invested hugely in the infrastructure in the health sector. Without imposing e-transaction levy. Mr. Speaker, per Article 35(7) of the 1992 Constitution, governments are enjoined to continue to complete and operationalize any project that they inherit. Mr. Speaker, again, any document that with the sort of a budget must give the progress so far on all these projects. Mr. Speaker, what is the status of Afari Military Hospital? It is missing in this budget. Ask them. Mr. Speaker, what is the status of Kumawu District Hospital? It is missing in this budget. Ask them. Mr. Speaker, what is the status of Abetifi District Hospital? It is missing in this budget. Mr. Speaker, what is the status of Famila District Hospital? Mr. Speaker, is missing in this budget. Have you given them the money, the contractors the money to go back to site? Mr. Speaker, especially with that of Abetifi District Hospital, the sad story is that if we have to go back to the site to continue that project, Mr. Speaker, we will have to demolish not less than 70% of the structures on site. Mr. Speaker, the obvious question is it not causing financial loss to the state? It is. Mr. Speaker, I think that at this point in time, we should compel the executive to demonstrate sources of funding to some of these projects, to complete them and to operationalize them before seeking for more. Mr. Speaker, I said that is not enough. They moved from 88 district hospitals to now Agenda 111 without demonstrating clearly in this budget where they are going to get the sources of funding. You promise you bring them in budget before going to look for funding. Who does this, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, again, I don't think, because the dishonesty in this budget is too much, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that this document qualifies to be a budget for the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, and I'll tell you why I'm saying that. Mr. Speaker, if you refer to paragraph 982 of the 2021 budget, in that paragraph, it is stated that the Ministry of Health awarded 101 district hospitals in the 2021 budget, which of course, which means that it was done in 2020 because we were talking about the 2021 budget. The Speaker, the first falsehood is that it is not true that it is the Ministry of Health that is doing the award. Patentable falsehood. Again, Mr. Speaker, if you come to the 2022 budget, paragraph 1012, it says that, Mr. Speaker, now cadastral plans and sites are ready. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, they had awarded the project. In 2022, they are now telling us that cadastral plans and sites are ready. Mr. Speaker, do you award projects on contract before you look for cadastral plans and sites? Mr. Speaker, obviously that cannot be correct. Dishonesty. Mr. Speaker, again, if you refer to the 2021 budget, paragraph 995, a number of health facilities have been listed there as completed. Mr. Speaker, again, if you refer to the 2022 budget, paragraph 1013, this same number of health facilities have been listed and repeated that they have been completed in 2021. Mr. Speaker, and I'll give you examples of those projects. Bupe District Hospital, Somenia Hospital, Cholo Hospital, Solar District Hospital, Bambai Polyclinic. Mr. Speaker, what did they complete in 2021? Falsehood, dishonesty. Project that you completed in 2021 cannot be the same project you complete in 2020. Dishonesty. Mr. Speaker, again, I think that is not enough. If you go to the 2021 budget, paragraph 996, Mr. Speaker, a number of health facilities have been listed in paragraph 996 of the 2021 budget as projects that they are continuing, Mr. Speaker. These projects, again, have been listed in paragraph 1014 of the 2022 budget as yet to commence. Something that you were continuing in the 2021 budget, now in the 2022 budget, you are telling that you are yet to commence. Dishonesty. Mr. Speaker, the dishonesty in this government is becoming legendary, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and such, I will give examples of such projects. The Tamajinoa Hospital, Sama District Hospital, Lajinoa Hospital, reconstruction of Nkwaza Hospital, Accident and Emergency Center Adoma. Mr. Speaker, these projects were repeated in 2021 budget and 2022 budget with different captions, Mr. Speaker, and we cannot retrogress, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, after talking about Agenda 111, the expectation of every Ghanaian is that we will make plans to recruit more health professionals in the health sector. The Speaker, clearly it is missing in this budget. The Speaker, we need specialists for the hospitals. The Speaker, it takes an average of 3 years to train a specialist. So your first budget at a cutting sword should give that direction. The Speaker, the worst form of it is that the total staff strength of the Ministry of Health in 2001 budget stood at 251,527. Now, after counting Agenda 111, that it should increase, the Speaker, it is now 203,000 people. It has reduced a difference of about 43,000. The Speaker, why are we going? Mr. Speaker, 43,000 people appetite. Interesting. Mr. Speaker, again, the impression created at paragraph 1005 is as though Ghana has just discovered e-health, and we should allow our vice president to be touching everywhere that Ghana have just seen e-health. Mr. Speaker, I will prove to you and this house that the e-health was actually started by the visionary leader, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, the e-health was started in 2013, in 2014, and Mr. Speaker, in the 2015 budget, the minister responsible for health then, Honorable Setepe, had this to say. The Speaker, with the permission, I read. 2015, Minister for Health, Minister for Finance, had this to say. Paragraph 521. Mr. Speaker, the ministry through NITA embarked on the deployment of an enterprise-level hospital administration, radiology, information and communication systems for managing the healthcare provision needs of Kolebu, Wa Regional Hospital, Zebila District Hospital. This centralized electronic medical record system will provide unique patient ID that can be used by a patient to access medical care nationwide. This is 2015 budget, which is available to this House. Mr. Speaker, progress that were made in 2013, in 2014, in 2015 were all reported in the 2016 budget. Mr. Speaker, again, with your permission, I read. And this is what the Minister responsible for Finance, Honorable Setepe, had to say. Paragraph 590. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the Ministry continued to deploy e-government applications in government establishment as part of the e-transform project. Mr. Speaker, these include the one-stop service center, e-immigration, e-cabinet, e-parliament, e-justice, and e-health. These are the evidence. Mr. Speaker, all these things were done. What His Excellency John Dramani Mahama didn't do is to impose the transaction levy, e-levy. So, Mr. Speaker, if they think that they do not know what to do, Mr. Speaker, to develop this country, it is not by force. The Speaker, they can leave the good people of this country alone. The Speaker, I would want to end by saying that the Momo tax, the electronic transaction tax, is a killer tax that must not be tolerated by this House. Even if we are members of Parliament representing our people. The Speaker, with these few words, I'm most grateful for the opportunity.
I was too generous in your case. You spoke more than 10 minutes. Let me now take the Minister for Health and then wind up with it before we vary the business. Yes, please, Minister for Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start to say that oneness will never end in this world. And I'll repeat, oneness will never end in this world. Government budget is deceiving the nation. Meanwhile, Setepe's budget, where e-help had been started, was not deceiving the nation. But I came to negotiate and sign a contract for e-help, even the pilot project, to be done in Central Region. Mr. Speaker, oneness will never end.
Honorable member, I'll grant you the permission to remove your face mask so that we can hear you properly.
Mr. Speaker, I started, and you'll take note of the minutes that I've wasted. Please. That wonders will never end in this world, and I'll repeat it. This budget, according to one of my colleagues, is deceiving this whole nation, dishonesty. Meanwhile, e-health was started by Setepe 2013, 16, whatever it is like. But I came in 2017 to negotiate to sign the contract even for the pilot to be started in Central Region. And as I stand here in 2017, and as I stand here, we have connected 36 facilities, including the teaching hospital in Cape Coast, that speak to each other. We have gone ahead to network all teaching hospitals in this country, all regional hospitals in this country. We have now dropped down to 60 district hospitals selected across the country that we are working on. Said that patients don't carry records, how do I call it, to go anywhere if they are even referred to the teaching hospital. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to say that
Honorable members, don't forget my history when you are talking about health. So both sides, I've been listening to you. I was a minister for health. So I know, and I have the documents, but because I can't participate in the debate, I'm just listening to you.
Mr. Speaker, where you sit now, you don't have options than to sit and listen. So that is your predicament. I hope you enjoy debating, but you cannot. Mr. Speaker, I continue to say that wonders never end. Why? Because
go to the upstream of any river, muddy the waters, and they will rise down to come and tell the people down there that, look at what we have done to the beautiful river that we have. Mr. Speaker, fuel prices, 11 taxes. Who introduced them? So dishonest. Who introduced them? You go and introduce 11 taxes on petroleum prices, and then come and tell me that I should remove them. Is that fair? Mr. Speaker, I will continue. Wonders will never end. Why should it be? We are asking for hospitals, those that have been abandoned, according to my colleague, Honorable Akando, to be completed, new ones to be built. Where will you get money to do Agenda 111? So many things. Meanwhile, in the other breath, there should be no taxes. E-levy should be dropped. Taxes should be reduced. So how do we provide these? Including roads and several other social services. Mr. Speaker, our debt situation is not anything that anybody can write home about. But let us look at how some of these monies have been spent. Honorable Akano is asking for complete investigation into COVID expenditures because they are material and that adds up to our debt burden. And we will get investigations into that area. Mr. Speaker, the financial sector cleanup, that one, none of us want to talk about how it happened. Almost all banks in this country were going broke by the end of 2016. If you had entered 2017 without change of government, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid some of us will have signed checks without laying hands into our deposits that were put into the banking system. Here, they wouldn't read what Secretary said, IMF told you. Financial sector reforms should have started as far back as 2013-2014. Almost banks were not even meeting their capital adequacy ratio. Yet we couldn't do anything. Then we come in 2017, just like we managed it, to come and resolve financial sector, put reforms in there to clear the mess. At the end of the day, the cost to this country is part of the debt burden that we are now entertaining. The energy sector, IPP challenges, litigation and some compensation to some people to just get them off, to make sure that we will kill those off, which we have actually done. That is part of our debt burden. Mr. Speaker, apart from these mess that we inherited, there are several others, and I'll continue. The new initiatives that we started, who has costed senior high school costs, school feeding costs? All these things have been borne by the government, by the states, without people paying for anything. Mr. Speaker, let me go to growth. We have soon forgotten about the impact of COVID on all of us, even including Parliament. For several months, we were in lockdown. We wouldn't come to the chamber. When 3 people come today, 4 people should come tomorrow. How could that have contributed to any magnificent growth in any economy? Not only here in Parliament, the banking system. Up to today, have go to work 2 weeks, the third week they don't come again. Lockup of Kumasi and Accra, the economic nerve centers of our country, against the other parts of the country. For nearly 2 months, 9 months, 10 months, how could that generate growth into our system? Yet, you are doing better growth than when NDC exited this, exited government. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the things that all of us here should think about passionately and probably put an end to politics that we want to do for power. And let us think together as one community, one nation, to solve the problems that COVID has brought to us. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, let me come to investments into health. Mr. Speaker, it is on record by the WHO assessment that 2 countries that got things right with COVID management, Ghana and South Korea. Nobody can challenge me. You can go to the archives and check the population. How did we do it? Investments, good thinking, innovation, initiatives, good ones. That helped us to do that. That is on record. We haven't finished.
Mr. Speaker, no government in this country has ever positioned the ambulance service of our country the way Nana Akufo-Addo government has done for us. We procured 307 ambulances at a go. 200 ambulances that NDs were supposed to provide. Just about 37 were provided. You couldn't use them. They are still sitting somewhere. We are all Minister for Health. They did not take delivery because they were not up to the standard that the procurement prescription gave. They are all sitting there. We are still not taking delivery of them. We procured 307. And Mr. Speaker, the good thing was the fact that, you see, vision. If you hadn't procured these ambulances in the midst of COVID, we wouldn't have known where this country will have moved. Apart from that, Parliament has approved another 100 ambulances to be procured to beef up what we have in the system. Human capacity in ambulance service. What we met was nothing to write about. Yesterday, I commissioned about 435 new drivers to join the ambulance service. And that will bring a total number of ambulance service personnel close to about 2,500. And when we are talking about employment, we are saying that we haven't done nothing. We have done so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, not only that, I'm talking about COVID and why we want to forget about COVID so immediately. During the lockdowns, government was speaking about a poor people. They are not working. Some of them will work from hand to mouth. If they don't go to work one day, they have nothing to eat. The laborers. We gave free utilities, water, electricity. We started giving some of them. Oh, you have forgotten. That's why I'm saying that you have forgotten about COVID so soon. If you had been afflicted with COVID, probably you remember. But thank God that most of us weren't there. So let us be very factual. Let us be very passionate. And when we have a problem created, not by any of us, but by nature and from the rest of the world, we think about how we together can put our heads together and resolve the matter. Now, vaccines. Mr. Speaker, I'm so amazed. When I was rushing to get the vaccines to do vaccination very quickly to meet our deployment targets, I was found culpable of not having come to Parliament, and I've been lambasted to the extent that now I don't have any image in this country. Your own colleague in the chamber. Now you stand up and tell me that our vaccination has been very slow. Mr. Speaker, we did a deployment plan that Honorable Akando has got a copy. That is what made Ghana receive the first consignment of COVID vaccines in the whole world, because we submitted our plan number 1, and they looked at it and started giving it to other countries even to copy. And that is what gave us the first consignment of 600,000 AstraZeneca vaccines in February. We started deploying very quickly in March, and when that got finished, India, where we were supposed to take the COVID vaccines from, had blocked export drive so that we couldn't get vaccines any longer. And between April and August, Mr. Speaker, I beg to say that we never received a single dose of vaccines from anywhere, apart from the COVID that I negotiated for, and we got the first 21,000, and even that, the guy couldn't supply, which made us cancel the contract. So what crime was this? And then you come and sit here and say that government couldn't meet its own target by vaccinating 17 million people by now. Where could we have got the vaccines from? Where could we have got the vaccines from? Mr. Speaker, my predictions and my projections that we're going to get vaccines adequately enough in August had yielded fruit. And therefore, from August coming, we have been receiving COVID vaccines month on month, donations from other countries, bilateral. And all these things, we negotiate and sign agreements. But the fact is that we have the capacity to administer, and we don't anticipate that we shall waste any vaccines that we receive from our side, whether the ones that we have procured or the ones that we have taken on donations. Mr. Speaker, I keep on saying that wonders will never end. You want me to administer vaccines 17 million by now? Cost of vaccines is big. You say no E-levy. How do we pay for these vaccines? They are quite expensive. I want us to continue taking donations without buying anything. It can happen. Mr. Speaker, the E-levy. There are hospitals that have been started, not completed. We want some more facilities. We need hospital beds. We need equipment. There should be no levy. So we should go ahead
and sit there without doing nothing. So, Speaker, when you are confronted in operations research with complex equations like we are in, you need money to do a lot of things. We don't have the money. You think on your feet. Innovation, and take bold initiatives to help you resolve some of these problems. Mr. Speaker, the e-levy issue. We have thought about it. Government has thought about it. And we are cutting out the poor people who do not have money to transfer to anybody. They are not going to pay some of these taxes. We are targeting people who are doing electronic trading, have joined the tax net. As a way of widening the tax net, this is the only way we can get middle class, upper class people who are there, IT servers, who are transferring money here and there, who are making payments for imports from Turkey and how do I call it, Dubai. They are the people we are targeting, not a poor person who is transferring less than 100 Ghana. No, it won't go there. But those of us who can transfer 5,000 to a constituency, we are the target. We need to take from you, the rich guys, to take care of the poor. And that is the only way this country can progress. Other than that, we can move nowhere. We will make sure that we will introduce taxes, not kaya taxes. That will affect the poor and leave the rich. We are taxing people who are rich to take care of the poor. And any time you come and introduce kaya taxes, we will come and remove them again. Mr. Speaker, the threats and sort of intimidation on this budget, we will not approve this. We will insist at the committee level that this is here. Mr. Speaker, that will not take us anywhere. Let us all be cheerful and solve the problems confronting our nation together. We can do that. So you insist, nothing comes. We will not approve. You don't get the budget. What happens to this country? So you don't want us to increase taxes to put burden on poor people. You rather want us not to have a budget so that government cannot spend and the burden will go to you. I can't understand this. I'm pleading with my colleagues that they should exercise restraint, because whatever government is doing in the good interest of our people and this nation. We won't take our losses and kill ourselves. We are just finding a way, innovatively, bold initiative to raise money, so that we can take care of the poor and introduce social services that all of us can benefit from. We need roads. You are talking. My colleagues from Middle Belt and the North. If you have been able to complete the quasi dualization that you inherited for 8 years and couldn't even get to Apiga, wouldn't you all drive on it? That will cut our traveling time, so that if you are going to the North, you can get there faster. With train tax, how do we do them? Look at Greater Accra, Mr. Speaker. Apart from this, at the central arteries, the big ones, any look and corner you go into Greater Accra, there are no roads there. And in some of our regions, there are better roads in our districts than our capital.
Honorable Minister, because of your position, I added you 5 more minutes. It's more than that. Now, because you are supposed to speak for 10 minutes.
Thank you,
from what I have,
for your
kindness. It's now more than 15 minutes. So please, you may conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for your kindness. All I want to say is an appeal to my colleagues that we should all begin to cheer up. This budget will not kill anybody in this country. We are doing this in the good interest of our nation. And I believe when we are able to raise the monies that we are using this budget to raise, we will do a lot of things that will satisfy almost everybody in this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, we have the last person on health, and then we now have to vary the order of business and then answer just a question, and then we go back to the budget. So it's the turn of Honorable Dr. Kurt Nawani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Dr. Mark Kurt Nawani. Mr. Speaker, I would wish to draw the Minister's attention to the fact that our struggle in the fight, or the Sputnik fight, was to ensure transparency in the acquisition and purchase of vaccine. I don't think we had anything more than that. And we hope that in the near future, we are going to ensure that we are able to acquire these vaccines from the right source at the right price and to be used efficiently. Also, the earlier debaters have mentioned that we were given free electricity, free water, etc. during the COVID era. But I wish to mention that they should remember that there is COVID-19 levy, which have been introduced to get back all these monies or the freebies that they said they gave us. And it is with the National Health Insurance Authority budget that was last year. 585 million was expected from that money. So where are the freebies? Mr. Speaker, it appears that the budget statement is running away from the health issues. And it also appears that the debaters from the other side, they were not ready to debate on health. But by the time I finish, I believe that I will have brought us back to dissect on the issues of health. I'm hoping that we'll be able to remember that just about a decade ago, we all remember how much we have invested in the health sector in terms of loans, in terms of grants. And if all these monies were used wisely, indeed, we could have transformed the health sector. But we know that when COVID-19 came, it exposed us as a nation that we are unable to manage our emergencies. But thanks to God, last year when I was debating, I said we should thank our God that the cause of COVID-19 in Ghana and other African countries was a bit different from all other countries. And so we should just thank our God that we were saved by the Almighty God. Now I move to paragraph 1001. And it says that the ministry is developing a hospital infrastructure strategy to bring clarity on infrastructure planning. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is a nice statement. If the ministry is developing an infrastructure planning document, we have expected that in the health sector things will go better. I'm saying it because in paragraph 1012, it is stated that the ministry will accelerate the implementation of Agenda 111. And we go to paragraph 1014. And it is also stated that the ministry will commence the construction of 11 number 40 bed and 1 number 30 bed hospitals in the Ashanti, Bono, Greater Accra, and Eastern region. And we put all this together. Here's the case. We have a lot of uncompleted projects that we will not be able to finish. We usually call them Mahama projects, but I prefer to call them Ghana projects because those projects were started by President Mahama, but it is for Ghanaians. The coalition of NGOs are stating that such projects are about 65 or more in this country. And yet we are not fighting to complete them. Okay, we want to start Agenda 111. That budget was there. But what about the new projects that we are starting? What has happened to the Agenda 111? What is the progress on it? And we are going to start 11 number 40 beds and 1 number 30 bed hospitals in the stated regions. Mr. Speaker, what we are going to have in this country is a lot of dotted, uncompleted projects. And I always say that it is better to complete one project, commission it, make it operational and use it, than 101 uncompleted projects.
Tell them.
Mr. Speaker, the big fear is that the last time we met the Association of Architects, we were complaining that all the 101 hospital projects, cadastral planning was given to one company. And that the whole association, the architects, the rest of them, none of them was given anything to do. Why should it be so? Are we not all Ghanaians? Are we not all Ghanaians? Why should the whole association of architects be ignored in this particular case? Mr. Speaker, I think in the course of the debates made by the earlier speakers, they made mention of a hospital electronic health care record system. And various days were being quoted. I have used the system. I started practicing in 1993. And so I've used the system. And I want to put it on record that by 2009, I was using an Infotech system that is an electronic recording system. I was using it for registration, for keeping data, credit card records, for financial management, and for stock management. And just recently, I know it has come up so many times, but just recently, the Vice President delivering a lecture at Asheshi mentioned it and presented it as if it is something new. It is something that has never happened to Ghana. And that, we need to applaud him for that. But that is not the case. I was using this document when we were taking tea at the Bank of Ghana. I was using the system, 2009. All that is that there have been an improvement. I could send email of patient records by just going to the system and sending it to another doctor. If only I knew his email. So what is new about it? Then the Vice President came and spoke a lot about it. Mr. Speaker, the code of contention here, and I'm sorry that the Honorable Minister has left. The code of contention here is that there is one company that has come into this country. There's one company that has come into this country. And now the contract to provide electronic recording system for the whole Ghana have been given to that company. And that company is called Lightwave. Lightwave has been instructed to practically all the government hospitals that are going to go on Lightwave. In other words, a monopoly is going to be created. And that is the problem. All the other companies that used to help some of us along are going to be set aside. In the long run, we will all be compelled to probably join the line with that company, or we will have our records being difficult to be managed by probably the National Health Insurance Authority. That is where the problem is. And I'm afraid for this country, Ghana. I'm seriously afraid for the country. That is because we have a lot of financial institutions. We try to create monopolies among them. When it came to energy, PDS, we tried to create a monopoly to manage electricity in this country. And now it has come to this particular electronic record system. And we want to keep everything to one company. So me and you, when we are sick, one day we'll go to hospital, and that company, for any reason, is not ready to work. It means that doctors cannot access our records. The whole country. Doctors will not be able to access our records. Indeed, the rest of the companies have had reasons to petition the Minister of Health. But unfortunately, they did not get any good response. So I'm calling on this House.
Honorable Member, you may conclude.
Well, I'm speaking after the Minister.
You are doing what?
I'm speaking after the Minister. Well, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on the health financing and then the HIA.
In conclusion, you want to touch on? Hey.
The Ministry reviewed a national health financing strategy to guide the implementation of the Universal Health Coverage Roadmap and the new medium-term development plan. Right, Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I want to tell you that the cash and carry system is creeping back. All of you sitting down here, you know that when you go to hospitals, you pay. And you're paying for your conscience as well. It is back. And let it not be said that it is during President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, his time, that the cash and carry system came back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm done.
Yes, thank you so much. Honorable members, I'll have to, with your indulgence, vary the business and we go back to questions. I think the Minister for Works and Housing, yes, please, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, question number 505, if you would indulge us, be taken. Yes, that's to the majority leader. Then
question number.
Mr. Speaker, we will take Works and Housing. Then after that, majority leader.
Yeah, so honorable members, in accordance with Order 53.2, we're going to alter the order of business set out in the order paper, and we will take
questions. My attention has been drawn to the presence of the Minister for Works and Housing and the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Majority Leader, and Leader of the House. They have some questions to answer before to Cabinet meeting. And so we'll start with the Minister for Works and Housing, which is to respond to question number 5E, standing in the name of the Honorable Member for Efutu, Honorable Alexander Kwamena Afenyo Markin. Please, Honorable Member, you may ask your question.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this treasured space to ask my question. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Works and Housing when the construction of the Blekuso Sea Defense Project Phase 2 in the Volta region will commence, having regard to the recent rampaging effects of the tidal waves. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Housing has taken note of the urgent need to implement the Blekuso Sea Defense Project, Phase 2, in view of the recent flooding experienced by the communities along the sections of this coastal stretch. This coastal stretch is characterized by narrow beaches and intense tidal waves are resulting in beach erosion, loss of land and property. Flooding caused by wave overstopping impacts negatively on fishing, which is the main source of livelihood of the communities along this coastal stretch. Consequently, in July 2015, the Ministry of Works and Housing engaged Measures Amandi Holding Limited to design and construct coastal protection works along this stretch, starting from Blekuso and working towards the east, that's Aflao, under the Blekuso Coastal Protection Project. The project, which was completed in July 2019, protects 4.3 kilometers of coastal stretch and has functioned effectively, protecting lives, livelihoods, and property, while reviving fishing activities in the area. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Housing knows the urgent need for the second phase of the project to protect Agavazi, Salakope, Amuchuni, and other communities in the east of Blekuso. In this direction, the ministry is taking important steps to implement Phase 2 of the project. The Hydrological Services Department has completed evaluation of technical and financial proposals for the second phase, and my ministry is engaging the Ministry of Finance to raise the needed funds for its implementation. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure the honorable member that this August House will be provided with all the necessary updates as we progress further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I went through the budget for 2022 as presented by the Finance Minister and didn't see anything about Phase 2. From the Minister's answer, is it his case that as a result of the preliminary works not having been completed could perhaps be the reason for not budgeting for sale in 2022? Because you have, Mr. Speaker, the Minister said they are doing some preliminary works. So he's unable to determine even the cost. I would want to find out from the minister whether the inability to complete the costing is the reason why the project hasn't found space in the 2022 budget.
Minister, the question is, why is the phase 2 not finding expression in the 2022 budget statement?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had all the necessary engagement with the Finance Ministry, and I was hoping that it would be captured. I have since engaged with the Finance Minister, and he has assured me that the project will be, funds will be available for the project will be commenced soon. No, wait. Yeah, but that's the fact.
Any further supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, are you missing your days? Mr. Speaker, so I will want to find out from the minister regarding the engagement with the finance minister and the fact that it cannot be found in the budget. Would he assure this House that every effort will be made to ensure that during the mid-year review, during the mid-year review, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues have made it impossible for the minister to hear me. So if they, because Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member, we all understand that, Parliament is a school. So you start somewhere, you have to grow up. The minister, as you all know, so far as parliamentary work is concerned, is Johnny just come. So you can understand some of these slips. But also your questions, they are too leading.
I'll take a cue. Mr. Speaker, so the minister has explained to us that some preliminary works have been done. He said it outside of Parliament and he said it here. He's also said that he has engaged the Minister of Finance. But that assurance from the Ministry of Finance regarding making provision for it in the budget for the time being is not there. Question is, would he assure this House that be considered during the mid-year review? Would he assure this House?
Honorable Minister, just a minute. Assurance that same will be considered. Will you assure the House that this will be considered, not by him, it's by the Minister for, and you are asking him to assure the House that the Minister of Finance will consider it. He doesn't control the Minister of Finance. So I will disallow the question. Please, Honorable Minister, resume your seat. Put the question properly.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. You continue to guide us with your pearls of wisdom. Be guided accordingly. Mr. Speaker, former Minister for Works and Housing.
That time, water resources was added.
Former Minister of Health.
It was water resources, works and housing, not just works and housing.
Majority leader and minority leader, constitutionally number 2.
According to him.
Mr. Speaker, according to the experts, constitutionally number 2. Mr. Speaker, I take a cue. Mr. Speaker, so the question to the Minister for Works and Housing. is whether he would consider getting the Ministry of Finance to make provision for this project during the mid-year review. Yes, Mr. Speaker, no. At the conclusion of the preliminary works, because he said the preliminary works are still ongoing. No. They have not.
The minister said he was surprised that he didn't find expression in the budget. So the only thing the minister can do is to resubmit it to the Ministry of Finance for consideration under the mid-year review. That's what he can do. And whether it will be considered or not, he doesn't control that. It depends on so many variables. And so I don't want to, because we have a committee on government assurance. And they will note it down and they will follow the minister that you came and gave an assurance here. You know, that so and so will be done. Now it's not done. That is the difficulty, because he's not been with us for long. So I don't want you to pigeonhole him into some corner that he may have some difficulty. Majority Leader. Speaker, if I understood the minister well, it says that some preliminary works are being done. And the question to him is, would he assure this House that at the conclusion of those works, he will submit the outcome to the Minister responsible for Finance, such that should there be a mid-year review which will occasion a supplementary budget, it will be factored into the supplementary budget. I think that is the import of it. I agree with you. The minister went beyond that to say that he was surprised that it didn't find expression in the 2022 budget statement. So he's now not dealing with the works that are being done. But his expectation was that the 2022 budget would have captured it. So his surprise is not captured. So what he is waiting for is to resubmit it for the mid-year review.
Mr. Speaker, that is so.
Yes, but for you to say he should assure the House that is whether it will be captured, because he doesn't control the capturing. He can only submit.
Mr. Speaker, if I may remind you of the salient proclamation in this House. We assure you, but he tell you that it all depends on the availability of funds. Because even this budget, this whole budget that you're dealing with, it's only a proposal. Even when we approve it, it's still subject to the availability of funds. Absolutely.
But majority leader, in that case, you don't give assurance. You only say that subject to availability of funds, this will be captured. But you don't give assurance. When you give an assurance, we will hold you responsible. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader. I'll come back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. No, wait. You also ask your question. Mr. Speaker, for the fact that the minister was surprised for not having this captured in the budget means that work was done and the estimate was supposed to be captured in the budget. But he was surprised. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, the year of roads, voter region was completely omitted from the budget. But when we raised the issue, the Minister of Finance came back and inserted a page in the budget to capture the three essential roads in the voter region. Mr. Speaker, would the minister consider,
where are you coming from?
back to the Minister of Finance?
Where are you coming from?
No, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that it is because it could be a mistake.
No, let's just, he was asking a question. So let him complete with that. If you have some supplementary you want to, I'll allow you. But let the honorable member for Efutu finish up his supplementary, then I can come to you. He's not. Hey, I'm in control.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Works and Housing has indicated in his answer the positive steps that have been taken to ensure that the all-important phase 2 gets into the works. Can the minister tell this House certain interim steps that are being taken to resolve some of the challenges the people are facing regarding the effect of the tidal waves in the affected area? He should tell us in the interim what are they doing to bring relief to the good people of the area. Mr. Speaker, I think.
Honorable Minister, let me just put it this way. You are surprised that your project did not find expression in the 2022 budget. So what will you do to get the government to include it as part of an emergency project in view of what is happening in the area?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I have to make a clarification. I never used the word surprise. I said that I was hoping that it will be captured in the budget, but it did not. And I think there's a what the difference between those.
Honorable Minister, these are being recorded.
Yes. Yes.
And then people are listening to you live.
I said I was hoping. So I didn't say this. But Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I did mention that after the budget, I've had some discussions with the Finance Ministry, and we are all working towards making sure that in the next review of the budget, it will be captured so that we can start the phase 2 of this very important project. Thank you.
Any supplementary, I'll take, in view of time constraints, 3. Because of the kind of project we are dealing with, the public interest. So I will take supplementary from beyond the MPU as the question. So can we hear from Honorable Dafema?
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, as an indigene of the area, I'm aware that this is a 4.3 kilometer project, and the record will show that Kempon Construction Company had been awarded this project. Indeed, there are preparations for the company to mobilize to site. And so I am equally surprised that for the 2022, government is not making provision for the company that it has itself awarded this project to go and complete, will make available funds for it to do so. So if the minister will be kind enough to indicate that yes, Kempon has been awarded a project and that they will take steps to
we are dealing with supplementary questions.
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
So far, no supplementary question has been asked by you.
Mr. Speaker, my question is simply this. Can the minister confirm that Kempon Construction Company has been awarded this project? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is not the case that Kempon Construction Company has been awarded the phase 2 of the Blekusu Sea Defense Project. The company that the ministry has engaged, as far as the Blekusu Sea Defense phase 2 project is concerned, is Measures Amandi Holdings. So that is not a fact. Thank you.
May I give it to Honorable Jafar Umachi? I will come to you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak on this matter, and I'd like to ask the Minister what the excuse or the reason the Ministry of Finance has for not capturing this in the budget. Because I do recall that 5 months ago, you assured this House here and also in the constituency that work will start at the end of this year. What was the ministry's reason for not having this cut? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, that is if the minister is aware, you can supply that, because it's talking about the Ministry of Finance. The reason for the Ministry of Finance not adding this project to the budget. If you have that information, you can share with us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do not have that information as at this time.
The MP for Bole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the minister's answer, he's saying that he doesn't know the reason for which this project was not captured in the budget. He just told us that he engaged the Minister of Finance on this particular project. What was the discussion that you had with him relating to this issue?
Yes, they just want to know, you indicated earlier when you had this discussion with the ministry. So what was the discussion you had?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister did not indicate to me the reason why it was not captured. But I was able to have a discussion with him to make sure that my plans for phase 2 of the Brekuso Sea Defense Project be reestimated and it will be considered at the next review of the budget. Thank you.
Honorable Afiyomake, you want to come back?
No, Mr. Speaker, you clarified an earlier point to him. In the process, you skipped opportunity for him to answer my supplementary, which I beg of you to permit him to answer, Mr. Speaker. What has to do with the interim steps being taken by the ministry to offer relief to the people?
Yes, Minister. In the meantime, what are you doing to at least alleviate the suffering of the people in the area?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to relief measures, these are disaster issues, and they fall under the Ministry of Interior, directly under the NADMO, National Disaster Management Organization. I have since had series of discussions with them, and in fact, NADMO has already gone there. NADMO have already gone there to provide some relief items, and they are still raising funds to even do more for the people in those areas that were affected. Thank you.
Are you saying that you haven't gone there? NADMO and the rest have gone there, but you haven't mentioned yourself or your ministry for having been there. Yes, Honorable Abuja.
Right, Honorable Speaker, in the minister's answer, he said the ministry is yet to put together a proper document. That is why they haven't been able to cost the project. Yet he mentioned the name of Amandi working on it.
Mr. Speaker, the Public Procurement Act states how you can procure any entity to carry out public works. May I know from the minister, under what type of engagement is Amandi engaged with what you are doing? Is it sole sourcing, competitive tendering, or a traditional form of contracting? How do you engage them to do what they are doing currently?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I don't think I ever said that you haven't finished the costing. This is the project that I inherited. And by the time I assumed office, costing had been done, and even contracts for Amandi have been signed. I only came to send a reminder to the Ministry of Finance. Yeah.
Honorable, I think is that ABA. Chiwite, sorry, your face mark has disguised you.
All right.
Now I see your height. You are taller than ABA. So. Please, you may go on.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your committee on Western Housing that oversight the ministry visited the affected communities last week, Thursday, in a community called Vume, which is not far from the estuary. That is where the Volta River empties into the sea. Our discussions with the people, we were informed that VRA owes it a duty to dredge the Volta River from time to time. And it was clear that for about 5 years now, the dredging hasn't been done. And that also contributed to the disaster that happened there. My question is the minister aware of this situation? And if he's aware, what actions will he take to prevent further disasters? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is true that in the past, VRA had a machine that was used to dredge the estuary. But for some time now, that machine hasn't been functioning. And that is why they have not been doing that particular work, dredging west at the estuary. But dredging will be part of the Phase 2 project. You build sea defense and you do dredging. It's part of the Phase 2 technical details. Is capturing that. Thank you.
Well, I will give it to Honorable Woyome because he was here and stood up earlier on. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, stemming from the answer provided, the very recent answer, may I give you this information that the responsibility of VRA towards the estuary is that of a routine activity. It's not one time. So when it comes to the sea defense, it's a one-time project you are undertaking. So if you put the two together in your Phase 2 project, you are looking at undertaking this dredging exercise at once and hoping that that solves the problem. No, because the silting at the river is a continuous exercise. Therefore, the stationing of the dredging department of VRA at Adanfor ought to constant and routine dredging to ensure that that whole area, you know, is, the river flows easily into the sea, and then the sea intends flow. So that sort of thing. So the issue is this: per this information, you probably might rethink going back to look at your drawing, or whether you're looking at what I've just said, will you consider reviewing what you have just said? Because I don't think it's a one-time exercise so far as the dredging is concerned.
Yes, Minister.
Yes, I think we are going to the very technicalities, but I know that in some sea defense projects, you combine construction of sea defense walls and dredging. Yes.
Well, I